Hello everyone, I am the Nightmare Tales and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep. So before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now, get comfortable and relax. The smell hit me first, not the sweet decay I'd expected after 30 years, but something sharper, metallic, like pennies left in rain. I stood in the doorway of the old storage building, my hand still gripping the rusted key that had taken 3 tries to turn. Afternoon light slanted through gaps in the weathered siding, illuminating dust motes that danced like tiny spirits in the stagnant air. The wooden floor stretched before me, warped and split with age, each board telling stories I'd forgotten. I knew this place had been my sanctuary once. When the main house grew too loud with family arguments and my father's drinking, I'd slip away to this forgotten corner of our Texas ranch. The thick stone foundation kept it cool even in August, and the isolation wrapped around me like a protective cocoon. I'd spent countless nights here through my teens, listening to nothing but wind, through the mosquito trees and the distant loving of cattle. Now, at 30, I'd returned to resurrect it. The inheritance papers were still crisp in my jacket pocket. 300 acres of hill country, limestone and scrub, plus the buildings, most of them barely standing. The main house needed a new roof. The barn required structural work. But this place I could salvage, convert it into a writer's retreat, maybe somewhere to escape the suffocating weight of my corporate life in Austin. I stepped inside, my boots echoing against the hollow floor. The sound seemed wrong, somehow too sharp, too pronounced, as if the building were listening. My phone buzzed. A text from my cousin, Jake, found those old property records you wanted. Grandpa moved that grave in '89. Confederate soldier, some cattle driver named Ezekiel Morse, buried here since 1867. I stared at the message, trying to place the timing. I would have been 14 in 1989, still spending summers here. How had I never known about a grave, about them moving it? Another text, family didn't talk about it. Much bad luck. You know why you asking? I typed back quickly, just curious about the property history. But I wasn't just curious. Something about this space felt different, now layered with a presence I couldn't identify. The afternoon light was already fading and shadows gathered in the corners. Like patient observers, I walked the perimeter, noting repairs I'd need to make. Most of the foundation seemed sound, though moisture had crept up through the limestone in places, leaving dark stains that resembled boot prints. The support beams overhead were solid, oak darkened with age and spotted with rust stains where iron nails had bled through decades of rain and humidity. I'd brought camping gear, sleeping bag, portable heater, battery-powered lantern. The plan was to spend a few nights here, getting a feel for the space before committing to major renovation. I set up my makeshift bedroom in the center of the building, far from the walls, where drafts might seep in. As darkness settled, I fired up my laptop and tried to work. I was 3 chapters into a novel about a man returning to his childhood home. But the words wouldn't come. Instead, I found myself listening to the building's nighttime vocabulary, the subtle creaking of old wood, the whisper of wind through gaps in the siding, the distant call of a screech owl. Then I heard it, a slow, deliberate scraping against the wooden floor, like metal dragged across wood grain. I looked up from my laptop, every muscle tensing. The sound came again, a rhythmic drag from somewhere near the far wall. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. My rational mind offered explanations. A branch against the exterior wall, a loose piece of siding caught in the wind, rodents in the walls. But the sound was too regular, too purposeful. It had weight behind it. I grabbed my flashlight and moved toward the noise. My footsteps muffled by the sleeping bag I dragged with me. The scraping stopped. The moment I stood up, the beam of my flashlight revealed nothing but empty floor and shadow. I waited, barely breathing, but the silence stretched on. Eventually I convinced myself I'd imagined it and returned to my laptop. 20 minutes later it started again. This time I stayed perfectly still, letting the sound wash over me. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. It seemed to be moving, starting near the east wall and slowly traversing the width of the building. I counted the pauses, trying to establish a pattern. 7 scrapes, then silence. Then it would begin again from the same starting point. Like someone pacing, I spent the rest of the night listening, documenting each occurrence in a notebook. The scraping always followed the same pattern: 7 measured steps across the width of the building, then silence for exactly 4 minutes and 37 seconds before beginning again. It continued until just before dawn, stopping abruptly when the first gray light filtered through the gaps in the walls. When I woke around noon, I almost convinced myself it had been a dream, but my notebook lay beside me, filled with precise timestamps and descriptions in my own handwriting. That afternoon I drove into Fredericksburg and bought supplies: a digital recorder, motion-activated cameras, and the electromagnetic field detector I'd ordered online. If something was happening in that building, I was going to document it. Jake called. While I was loading my truck, he sounded hesitant, choosing his words carefully. "You know, there might be a reason. Grandpa never talked about moving that grave," he said. "My dad mentioned once that the old-timers in town had stories about that." Confederate fellow said he was persistent. Howe never could get the details, but apparently he didn't take kindly to having his resting place disturbed. Some of the ranch hands claimed they'd see him walking the property looking for something he'd lost. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October weather. When did these sightings happen? Mostly in the late 80s and early 90s, right after the grave got moved. Then they just stopped talking about it. That night I returned to the building with my new equipment. I set up the cameras in each corner, positioned the digital recorder near where I'd heard the strongest sounds, and placed the EMF detector on a small table I'd brought from the main house. The scraping began at 11:47 p.m., but this time I was ready. The digital recorder captured everything, not just the metallic scraping but subtler sounds I'd missed before: the soft whisper of fabric, the faint creak of leather, the almost inaudible jingle of metal against metal spurs. Someone was walking across this floor wearing spurs. The EMF detector went wild during each occurrence, its needle jumping into the red zone and staying there until the sound stopped. The cameras frustratingly showed nothing but empty floor space. Though the timestamps matched perfectly with the audio recordings, I watched the EMF readings with growing fascination and dread. The energy signatures were strongest near the center of the building, directly above where I'd set up my sleeping area. It was as if something was pacing in circles around my bed. On the third night, things escalated. I woke to the sound of liquid hitting the floor, slow, steady drops like a leaky faucet. My flashlight beam found the source immediately. A dark substance was seeping from the nail heads and the support beam directly overhead. It looked like rust-colored water, but thicker, more viscous. As I watched, transfixed and horrified, the drops formed a pattern on the floor around my sleeping bag. Not random splashes, but deliberate shapes, boot prints, perfect detailed boot prints circling my makeshift bed. The scraping sounds grew louder, more insistent: 7 steps, but now they seemed to be coming from above me, as if someone were walking on the rafters. The EMF detector screamed its alarm. The needle buried so deep in the red zone I wondered if the device might break. I grabbed my phone to call Jake, to call someone, but the screen remained black despite a full battery indicator. That afternoon the camera batteries were also dead, though I charged them just hours before. Only the audio recorder continued working faithfully, capturing every scrape, every drop, every metallic jingle in the darkness above my head. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the center of my sleeping bag, surrounded by those impossible boot prints, listening to the deliberate pacing overhead and watching rust-colored liquid form new patterns on the floor. Sometimes the drops would pause, as if whatever was causing them had stopped to look down at me. By morning the liquid had evaporated, leaving only faint stains on the old wood, stains that could have been there for decades. I told myself, water damage from old leaks, rust from aging metal, the normal decay of a building, left too long unattended. But I'd seen them form. I'd watched them take shape in the beam of my flashlight, watched them arrange themselves into the unmistakable pattern of someone walking in circles around a place where I lay vulnerable and exposed. That afternoon I drove to the local library and researched everything I could find about Ezekiel Morse. The records were sparse. Just a brief mention in a cattle drive journal from 1867. He'd been a Confederate veteran, like thousands of others who turned to driving cattle after the war. The journal mentioned he died in a storm struck by lightning while trying to keep the herd together during a particularly violent thunderstorm. But there was one detail that made my blood run cold. Ezekiel Morse had been buried in his spurs. The journal entry was precise about this detail, noting it as unusual. Most men were buried in their Sunday best, but Morse had no family to make such decisions. The ranch hands who found his body had simply buried him as they found him, complete with the silver inlaid spurs that had been his pride and joy when Grandpa moved the grave in 1989. Had he moved everything, or had something been left behind? I returned to the building that evening with a metal detector borrowed from a neighbor. If there was anything buried beneath the floorboards, I was going to find it. The detector began beeping immediately when I powered it on, not the steady tone that indicated a large metal object, but a confused chattering, as if it were picking up multiple signals from different directions. I swept it methodically across the floor, but the beeping remained constant and chaotic, no matter where I pointed it. It was as if the entire building were sitting on a bed of metal, or as if something metallic were moving around me, staying just out of range but close enough to trigger the device. That night I made a decision. Instead of setting up my sleeping area in the center of the room, I positioned myself near the east wall, the same wall where the scraping sounds always began. If something was trying to communicate with me, I was going to listen. The sounds started earlier than usual, just after 10 o'clock. But this time they were different. Instead of the measured pacing I'd grown accustomed to, I heard a single prolonged scraping sound, like metal being dragged slowly across wood grain. It lasted for nearly a minute, then stopped. In the silence that followed, I heard something that made my heart nearly stop, the unmistakable sound of spurs walking directly toward me. I felt the floorboards vibrate under my sleeping bag as invisible feet approached. The EMF detector went silent, not broken, but somehow muffled, as if a thick blanket had been thrown over it. Even my breathing seemed too loud. In the sudden, oppressive quiet, the footsteps stopped. Less than 3 feet away, I could feel a presence looming over me in the darkness, not malevolent exactly, but frustrated, desperate, as if someone were trying to show me something, trying to make me understand something crucial, but couldn't bridge the gap between whatever realm they inhabited and this one. Then I felt it, a cold pressure against my forehead, like fingertips made of winter air. Images flooded my mind, not my own memories, but someone else's. I saw this building as it had been in 1867, newer, sturdier, with a wooden floor that gleamed in lantern light. I saw myself from an external perspective, not myself, but a man who resembled me, wearing clothes I'd never owned, kneeling beside a loose floorboard near the east wall. The man was hiding something beneath that board, something small but precious, something that caught the light like silver. The vision lasted only seconds, but when it faded I knew exactly what I had to do. I crawled to the east wall, running my hands along the floorboards, until I found one that felt different from the others, slightly raised as if it had been removed and replaced countless times over the decades. My fingernails found purchase along its edge, and with some effort I managed to pry it up. Beneath the board, in a hollow scraped into the limestone foundation, lay a pair of silver spurs. They were beautiful and terrible at the same time, intricate metal work, tarnished black with age but still recognizably elegant Spanish colonial style, with RLS that caught the beam of my flashlight and threw fractured patterns across the walls. The moment I touched them, the building fell absolutely silent. No creaking wood, no wind through the gaps, even the distant sounds of the hill country. Night insects, owls, the rustle of small animals in the brush all seemed to pause, as if the entire world were holding its breath. I lifted the spurs from their hiding place, feeling their surprising weight in my hands. They were warm, despite having been buried in cold stone for over 30 years. A sound escaped my throat, part gasp, part nervous laughter. I understood now why the scraping had always followed the same pattern, always started from the same location. Someone had been trying to show me the spot, trying to guide me to something they'd lost when their crave was moved. But as I sat there, holding those ancient spurs, surrounded by the unnatural silence of a building that had suddenly stopped trying to communicate with me, a more disturbing possibility began to take shape. What if I hadn't just found what Ezekiel Morse was looking for? What if I'd found what had been looking for me? I thought about my childhood nights in this building, all those peaceful hours I'd spent sleeping here without ever hearing so much as a whisper of supernatural activity. I thought about Jake's comment that the sightings had stopped in the early 90s, right around the time I'd stopped coming here regularly. What if the disturbances hadn't started when I returned to renovate the building? What if they'd stopped? When I left, the spurs seemed to grow heavier in my hands and I realized I was no longer alone in my own mind. Something else was there, not invasive or threatening, but present, ancient, patient. I understood then that this had never been about finding lost spurs or appeasing a restless spirit. This had been about coming home, about returning to a place where someone had been waiting for me for 30 years, growing stronger and more desperate with each passing season, until they finally possessed enough power to call me back. The silence stretched on, pregnant with possibility and dread as I sat in that dark building holding silver spurs that belonged to a man who'd been dead for over a century and a half. But were they his spurs or mine? And did it matter anymore? Outside, a screech owl called once a sound like rusted metal scraping against wood, and I realized I could no longer remember with perfect clarity which memories of this place belonged to my childhood and which belonged to someone else entirely. The spurs caught the flashlight beam and threw silver patterns across the walls, and I understood that some questions were more dangerous than their answers. I was home now, we were home now, and we would never have to be separated again. Story 2. The house whispered to me from the moment I crossed its threshold, though I convinced myself it was merely the settling of old timber and the October wind threading through loose window frames. Grandfather's Victorian had stood empty for 8 months since his passing, and everything about it felt suspended in amber. His reading glasses still perched on the mahogany side table, his coffee mug bearing the ghost of a final sip, his favorite rocking chair positioned just so before the fireplace, as if he might return any moment to resume his evening ritual of humming those peculiar melodies that had no beginning and seemed to have no end. I'd inherited the house along with his debts and his mysteries, though I hadn't expected the latter to manifest so literally. The decision to move in had been purely practical. My apartment lease was ending and the mortgage payments were bleeding me dry, whether I lived there or not. Besides, I reasoned the acoustics in the main parlor would be perfect for recording my compositions. Music had always been my sanctuary, and perhaps grandfather's house could become that too. The cameras were my first addition to his carefully preserved world. For high-definition units positioned strategically around the parlor, designed to capture my late-night recording sessions from multiple angles. I'd grown tired of playing the same venues to the same handful of faces, tired of the industry's rejections and their polite suggestions that my music lacked commercial appeal. If I couldn't find an audience through traditional channels, I'd build one online, one video at a time. The first week passed unremarkably. I established my routine work, my day job at the insurance office, returned home as dusk, painted the windows amber, eat a solitary dinner, then lose myself in music until the early hours. The recording showed exactly what I expected, a lone figure hunched over his guitar fingers, dancing across steel strings, occasionally glancing up at the cameras with the self-conscious smile of someone still adjusting to performing for mechanical eyes. It was the rocking chair that first made me question my sanity. Grandfather had purchased it decades ago, a hefty oak piece with carved armrests worn smooth by countless evenings in life. He claimed it was the only place he could think clearly, the gentle motion. Somehow synchronizing with his thought processes, I positioned my recording setup carefully to avoid including it in the frame. Something about its empty presence felt intrusive, as though I were performing in a mausoleum rather than a living space. The chair appeared in the background of my fourth recording, just barely visible at the edge of the frame. I wouldn't have noticed it, except for the movement. While I played a melancholy piece I'd been developing about memory and loss, the chair rocked with the same gentle rhythm grandfather had always maintained, forward and back, keeping perfect time. With my 44 meter, I stopped playing mid-phrase and stared at the chair. It continued rocking for several seconds before gradually slowing to stillness. The silence felt expectant, as though the house itself was holding its breath. When I reviewed the footage the next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined the synchronization. The chair moved, certainly, but old houses settle unpredictably. Floorboards expand and contract with temperature changes. Vibrations from my amplifier could easily travel through the hardwood floors. There were a dozen rational explanations for what I'd witnessed. Yet that night I found myself watching the chair more than focusing on my playing, and it rocked again. Beginning the moment I started the same melody, the piece about memory and loss, and stopping when I did worse, I realized with growing unease that the melody itself wasn't entirely mine. The chord progression, the haunting minor key resolution, the way certain phrases seemed to echo themselves, it all felt familiar in a way that preceded my own composition. It was grandfather's melody, the one he'd hummed during those long evenings in that very chair. The tune that seemed to emerge from some deep well of longing I'd never fully understood. Somehow, without conscious intention, I'd been reconstructing his song. The third night I decided to test my theory. I set up the cameras as usual, but chose a completely different piece, an upbeat arrangement in a major key that bore no resemblance to grandfather's haunting refrains. The chair remained motionless throughout my performance, its stillness almost accusatory, but when I finished and reached for my guitar case, my fingers betrayed me. Almost against my will, I found myself picking out the opening notes of grandfather's melody. The chair began to rock immediately, and I felt the temperature in the room drop several degrees. My breath formed small clouds as I played, and the shadows seemed to deepen in the corners where the camera lights couldn't reach. I should have stopped. Every rational instinct screamed at me to put down the guitar and walk away. Instead, I played with greater intensity, driven by a compulsion I couldn't name. The melody evolved as I played, growing more complex than I remembered. From grandfather's simple humming, new harmonies emerged, counter melodies that intertwined with the main theme, like conversations between invisible voices. My fingers moved with a fluidity that surprised me, finding chord progressions I hadn't consciously learned. The music felt less like performance and more like channeling, as though I'd become a conduit for something that existed beyond my understanding. When I finally stopped, exhausted and trembling, the chair continued rocking for nearly a full minute. In the silence that followed, I heard something that made my blood freeze, the faint sound of humming, barely audible but unmistakably present, carrying the same melody I just played. I spent the following day researching the house's history, searching for rational explanations for what I'd experienced. The Victorian had been in our family for 3 generations, and grandfather had lived there alone for the final 20 years of his life. After grandmother passed, neighbors described him as increasingly reclusive. In his final months, often heard playing music at all hours, despite never owning any instruments. The police report from the night he died mentioned finding him in his rocking chair, apparently having passed peacefully in his sleep, though there was no mention of the strange detail that bothered me most. Every account I found mentioned his habit of humming, but no one could recall the specific melody. That night I decided to investigate properly. I set the cameras to record continuously and positioned additional audio equipment around the room to capture any sounds I might have missed. My plan was simple: play grandfather's melody and document whatever happened with scientific precision. What I discovered defied every rational explanation I could construct. The recording showed me playing alone, the chair rocking in perfect synchronization with my music, but the audio told a different story. Beneath my guitar, barely perceptible but definitely present, other instruments joined the melody, a violin adding delicate arpeggios, a cello providing deep, resonant bass notes, even what sounded like a piano contributing gentle accompaniment. The effect was hauntingly beautiful, as though an entire invisible orchestra had materialized in grandfather's parlor. More disturbing was my own behavior on the recording. While playing, I occasionally turned toward the chair and nodded as though acknowledging someone's presence. At one point I even smiled and appeared to mouth the word yes in response to some unheard question. I had no memory of any of these interactions. The humming returned when I finished playing, but this time the cameras captured something that made me question everything I thought I knew about reality. As the ethereal melody filled the room, the chair's movement changed. Instead of the gentle back and forth motion, it began to turn, slowly rotating until it faced the far wall where a door led to the basement. The humming grew louder, more insistent, and I watched my recorded self stand up and walk toward the basement door as though hypnotized. The recording ended there. I had no memory of approaching the basement, let alone opening the door that had been sealed since I'd moved in. According to the timestamp, I'd been downstairs for nearly 2 hours, though I could only recall finishing my song and going directly to bed. The basement door now stood ajar and my guitar case lay at the bottom of the stairs. I hadn't been down there since childhood, when grandfather had declared it off limits due to water damage and structural concerns. The space felt different, now larger somehow, with corners that seemed to extend beyond what the foundation should allow. My guitar lay in the center of the room, strings somehow tuned to perfect pitch, despite having been dropped down wooden stairs. But it was the walls that stopped my heart entirely. Every available surface was covered in sheet music. Thousands of handwritten compositions filled the basement from floor to ceiling, each page meticulously notated in the same precise script grandfather had used for his grocery lists and birthday cards. The paper looked fresh, despite being dated, with years spanning from 8 months ago, the week after his funeral, to just 3 days prior. Each composition bore the same title, Melody for the Living. The handwriting was unquestionably grandfather's, down to the peculiar way he formed his treble clefs and the small circles he drew instead of traditional note heads for whole notes. But grandfather had never been able to read music, let alone compose it. He'd hummed his melodies but claimed to have no formal musical training whatsoever. As I moved deeper into the basement, examining page after page of impossible music, I realized the compositions grew progressively more complex. The earliest pieces, those dated just after his death, were simple melodies barely more sophisticated than the tune he'd hummed in life. But as the months progressed, the music evolved into intricate arrangements for full orchestras, with harmonies that seemed to bend the very rules of music theory. The most recent compositions included detailed notes written in the margins, instructions for performance that seemed directed specifically at me. Play softer here, as you did last Tuesday. The rocking chair responds best to the minor. 7th, remember, the cameras cannot see us, but they can hear us if you listen carefully. At the bottom of the newest page, dated just 2 days ago, was a message that made my hand shake as I read it. The melody must continue, grandson. It's the only way we can remain connected. Meet me upstairs tonight at midnight. There's so much more to teach you. I stumbled back upstairs, my mind reeling with implications I couldn't accept. The rational part of my brain scrambled for explanations. Perhaps I'd been sleepwalking, creating these compositions in some fugue state and attributing them to grandfather as a coping mechanism for grief. Perhaps the stress of inheriting his debts and the isolation of living alone in his house had triggered some form of psychological breakdown. But when I checked the cameras, the recording showed the truth I'd been refusing to acknowledge. Every night for the past week I'd been going to the basement. Every night I'd spent hours down there writing music with a fluency that should have been impossible given my limited composition skills, and every night I'd returned upstairs with no memory of what I'd done. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 11:30 as I sat in the parlor staring at his empty rocking chair. In 30 minutes, according to the note I'd somehow written to myself, I was supposed to meet him. The logical choice was to leave the house to check myself into a hospital and seek professional help for what was obviously a severe psychological episode. Instead, I picked up my guitar. The melody came easier, now flowing from my fingers as though I'd been playing it my entire life. The chair began to rock immediately and I felt that familiar presence settling into the room like a comfortable blanket. The temperature dropped, my breath misted in the air and the shadows in the corners deepened until they seemed solid. But for the first time since I'd inherited the house, I wasn't afraid. The presence felt warm, familiar, loving in a way that transcended my understanding of death and life. Whether I was experiencing a supernatural encounter or a complete psychological breakdown had become irrelevant. What mattered was the music, the connection, the sense that I was no longer alone. As midnight struck, the chair stopped rocking and slowly turned to face me directly. In the silence that followed, I heard grandfather's voice as clearly as if he were sitting right there, not the frail whisper of his final months, but the strong, melodious tone I remembered from childhood. "Thank you for keeping the melody alive," he said, though his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. I was worried it might die with me. I wanted to respond to ask the 1,000 questions that crowded my mind, but found I could only nod and continue playing. The music had become a bridge between worlds, a language that transcended the boundary between life and whatever came after. The compositions in the basement, his voice continued, "They're not just mine anymore, we're creating them together, you and I. Each night you bring your understanding of modern music and I provide the melodies I've been collecting since I crossed over. We're building something beautiful, something that's never existed before." The guitar strings began to vibrate under my fingers with harmonics I wasn't creating, producing ethereal overtones that filled the room with music too complex for a single instrument. I watched in amazement as my own hands moved across the fretboard with impossible dexterity, playing arrangements that should have required multiple musicians. "But I need you to understand." Grandfather's voice grew urgent. "This isn't just about music anymore. Every night you come downstairs, every composition we create together, you're becoming more like me and I'm becoming more like you. The boundary between us is thinning." Fear crept back into my consciousness as I began to grasp what he was telling me, the sleepwalking episodes, the lost time, the impossible musical knowledge. I wasn't just channeling grandfather's spirit. Something more fundamental was happening, a blending that threatened my very identity. "I don't want to die," I whispered, my fingers still moving across the strings, despite my growing terror. "You won't die," he assured me, and I could almost feel his hand on my shoulder. "But you won't remain entirely yourself either. We'll become something new, something that can exist in both worlds simultaneously. The music will keep us anchored, keep us connected to life, even as we explore what lies beyond." The composition reached a crescendo that seemed to shake the very foundations of the house. Pictures rattled on the walls and the windows flexed in their frames, as though the music itself was reshaping reality. I felt my consciousness expanding, becoming aware of dimensions I hadn't known existed, of harmonies that played out across the boundary between life and death. When the final note faded, I found myself standing at the top of the basement stairs, with no memory of having moved. The guitar case lay open at the bottom, waiting for me to descend and continue our work. The rocking chair had returned to its position facing the fireplace, but I could feel grandfather's presence more strongly than ever, as though he'd taken a permanent residence inside my mind. I checked the cameras the next morning, knowing what I would find. The recording showed me playing alone in the parlor until midnight, then walking downstairs with the fluid movements of someone who knew exactly where he was going. This time, however, the cameras captured something new, a second shadow accompanying mine down the stairs, overlapping but distinct, as though two people were walking in perfect synchronization. The basement now contained one additional composition dated that very night, but the handwriting had changed, becoming something that was neither fully grandfather's nor entirely my own, a hybrid script that reflected our growing fusion. As I write this account, sitting in grandfather's chair in the early hours of morning, I can feel him humming softly in the back of my mind. The melody is different now, incorporating elements that could only come from my own musical background, but it retains that haunting quality that first drew me to his song. I know I should leave this house, should seek help before the blending becomes irreversible, but the music calls to me with a power I can't resist, and the thought of abandoning our nightly collaborations fills me with a grief more profound than any I felt at his funeral. Tonight I'll descend to the basement once again, and together we'll add another page to our impossible collection. Whether I'm documenting a supernatural encounter or chronicling my descent into madness has become irrelevant. What matters is the melody, the connection, the sense that death isn't an ending but merely a modulation into a different key. The grandfather clock in the hallway has just chimed 11:30. In 30 minutes it will be midnight again, and the music will continue. Whether it's grandfather's spirit drawing me deeper into his world or my own fractured psyche, creating an elaborate delusion to cope with isolation and grief, I no longer care. The melody must continue. It's the only truth I have left, and perhaps the only truth I need. As I set down my pen and reach for the guitar, I can hear him humming again, and this time I realize I'm humming along. Our voices blend together in perfect harmony, creating something beautiful and terrifying and utterly impossible. The music never ends, it only changes. Key Story 3. The fever broke just as dawn crept through the grimy window of the Dublin flat, but the sweat that had soaked through my sheets felt cold against my skin. I'd been running a temperature for 3 days straight, something I'd picked up during my research trip to the ancient stone circles outside the city. The antibiotics the local doctor prescribed weren't helping, and neither was the damp Irish air that seemed to seep through every crack in the old Georgian building. I dragged myself to the bathroom head, pounding with each step across the creaking floorboards. The mirror above the sink was fogged with condensation, but as I reached for a towel to wipe it clean, I froze. There, reflected in the clouded glass, stood a figure behind me, a man tall and lean, with skin marked by intricate spiral patterns that seemed to shift and writhe in the dim light. His eyes were the color of old stones, and his lips moved silently, forming words in what sounded like Irish Gaelic. The patterns on his skin weren't tattoos. They appeared to be carved directly into his flesh, creating deep grooves that cast shadows across his Celtic features. I spun around hard, hammering against my ribs, but the bathroom was empty. When I turned back to the mirror, wiping away the fog with trembling fingers, only my own haggard reflection stared back. Pale, unshaven eyes, bloodshot from fever and lack of sleep. But on the carpet behind me, where the figure had stood, lay a perfect circle of ash-gray powder. The circle was perhaps 3 feet in diameter. Its edges, so precise, they might have been drawn with a compass. The powder itself fell coarse between my fingers, like ground stone mixed with something organic, moss perhaps, or dried peat. I swept it up with a dustpan, telling myself it was residue from the old building's heating system, though the flat had no fireplace and the radiators were electric. By evening I'd almost convinced myself the fever had caused a hallucination. I'd been immersed in Celtic mythology for weeks, studying the pre-Christian stone circles that dotted the hills around Dublin. My research focused on the spiral motifs carved into the ancient monuments, symbols that appeared across Ireland thousands of years before Christianity arrived. It made sense that my fevered brain would conjure images related to my work. But that night, as I prepared for bed, I found myself checking the bathroom mirror repeatedly. Each time I looked, I half expected to see that strange, marked figure standing behind me. The rational part of my mind insisted. This was paranoia brought on by illness and isolation. I'd been alone in this flat for 2 weeks, with only occasional video calls to my colleagues back in Boston to break the solitude. Sleep came fitfully. I dreamed of standing stones and spiral carvings of ancient voices chanting in a language that predated English by millennia. When I woke at dawn, my fever had returned with a vengeance, and there was another circle on the carpet. This one appeared in the main room, near the kitchenette. Same diameter, same gray powder, same impossible precision. I stared at it for a long time, coffee growing cold in my hands. The logical explanations felt increasingly flimsy. There were no vents in the ceiling that could have deposited ash, no way for powder to arrange itself in such a perfect geometric pattern. I called the building's caretaker, an elderly Dubliner named Seamus, who'd lived in the neighborhood his entire life. When I described the circles, his face went pale beneath his gray whiskers. "Ah, Jesus," he muttered, crossing himself. "You've not been messing about with the old stones, have you?" I told him about my research, about the days I'd spent photographing and measuring the megalithic sites in the surrounding hills. Seamus listened with growing unease, shaking his head repeatedly. "Those places aren't for tourists or scholars," he said quietly. "There are things in these hills older than Christ himself, older than memory, things that don't take kindly to being disturbed." He refused to say more, but before leaving, he pressed a small iron nail into my palm. "Keep this with you," he whispered. "Cold iron, the old ones don't care for it." That afternoon I tried to focus on my work, cataloging photographs and making notes about the spiral carvings I documented. But the patterns on my laptop screen seemed to shift and move when I wasn't looking directly at them. The temperature in the flat fluctuated wildly, scorching. One moment frigid, the next. The radiators made no sound, but I could hear a constant, barely audible humming that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. By evening I was checking the mirrors compulsively, not just the bathroom mirror, but every reflective surface in the flat, the window glass, the screen of my phone, the blade of a kitchen knife. Sometimes I caught glimpses of movement in my peripheral vision, shadows that didn't correspond to any furniture or fixtures in the room. The fever dreams grew more vivid that night. I found myself walking through moonlit stone circles while voices whispered in ancient Gaelic. The spiral patterns weren't just carved into the rocks. They were moving, rotating slowly like massive stone gears in some underground mechanism, and standing among the stones was the marked man from the mirror, beckoning me deeper into the circle. I woke with the taste of earth and moss in my mouth, my tongue black with what looked like charcoal dust. A third circle had appeared overnight, this one closer to my bed. As I knelt to examine it, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The powder wasn't uniform. It contained fragments of carved stone, tiny pieces that matched the texture and color of the megalithic monuments I'd been studying. How was that possible? Those stones were miles away on hilltops, accessible only by hiking trails. Even if someone had ground pieces of the ancient monuments into powder, who would deposit them in my flat? And why in perfect circles? I spent the day researching the building's history at the Dublin City Archives. The Georgian house dated back to 1847, built on land that had once held a medieval church. The church itself had been constructed over a much older site. A Celtic temple dedicated to forgotten gods. The records mentioned disturbances over the years, tenants who reported strange dreams, unexplained phenomena, voices speaking in dead languages. One account from 1923 described a university archaeologist who'd rented the same flat I now occupied. He'd been studying ancient Irish monuments when he began experiencing what the report termed manifestations of pagan influence. The archaeologist claimed to see marked druids in his mirrors and found stone dust arranged in ritual patterns throughout his rooms. He'd fled Dublin after 3 weeks, abandoning his research entirely. That evening I attempted to stay awake, determined to witness whatever was creating the circles. I positioned myself in the corner of the main room with a clear view of the entire flat. The iron nail Seamus had given me sat heavy in my pocket, though I wasn't sure what protection it could offer against hallucinations. The hours crawled by. Midnight passed, then 1 o'clock, then 2. My fevered body ached with exhaustion, but I forced myself to remain alert. The humming in the walls grew stronger as the night progressed, accompanied by what sounded like distant chanting in that same ancient language. At 3:17 in the morning the temperature plummeted. My breath misted in the suddenly frigid air and frost began forming on the inside of the windows. The humming intensified until it was no longer subliminal. It filled the room like the sound of massive stones grinding against each other. Then I saw him. The marked man stepped through the bathroom mirror as if it were an open doorway. His spiral-carved skin gleamed in the moonlight streaming through the windows, and his lips moved in silent incantation. He didn't look at me, perhaps couldn't see me, but moved with purpose toward the center of the room. With each step, gray powder fell from his feet, forming the beginning of another circle. I wanted to move, to speak, to do anything that might break the spell of what I was witnessing, but my body remained frozen, whether from fear or fever or some supernatural paralysis, I couldn't tell. The iron nail in my pocket felt scorching hot against my leg, but I couldn't reach for it. The figure completed his circuit, and as the circle closed, he turned toward me for the first time. His stone-gray eyes met mine across the room, and he spoke a single word in Gaelic. The language was ancient beyond measure, but somehow I understood its meaning soon. Then he stepped backward through the mirror and vanished, leaving only the fourth circle behind. I must have lost consciousness after that, because I woke on the floor with dawn light streaming through the windows. The new circle lay exactly where I'd seen it form, but now I could see that all 4 circles weren't random. They formed a pattern connected by invisible lines. They created a larger spiral that encompassed the entire flat, with the center point directly beneath my bed. The fever had broken completely, leaving me clear-headed for the first time in days. But clarity brought no comfort. I could no longer dismiss what I'd witnessed as hallucination or illness. The evidence was too concrete, too systematic. Whatever was happening in this flat followed rules and patterns older than written history. I tried to call Seamus, but his phone went straight to voicemail. When I went to the building's management office, I found it locked with a hastily scrawled note. Gone to visit my sister in Cork, back next week, SM alone. Again, I considered my options. I could leave Dublin immediately, abandon my research and flee back to Boston. Part of me screamed that this was the only rational choice, but another part, the scholar, the seeker of truth, needed to understand what was happening. The pattern was almost complete, 4 circles out of what appeared to be a 5-point design. If I left now, I might never know what the final configuration would reveal. That decision would prove to be either the bravest or most foolish of my life. I spent the day preparing. I set up my laptop to record throughout the night, positioned cameras at multiple angles, and arranged every light in the flat to illuminate the main room if something was going to happen. When the 5th circle appeared, I wanted documentation. The iron nail went into my shirt pocket close to my heart. As darkness fell, the familiar humming began again. This time it seemed to come not just from the walls, but from the stone circles scattered across the hills outside Dublin, as if the entire landscape was resonating with some ancient frequency. The temperature dropped steadily and ice crystals formed intricate spiral patterns on the windows. At exactly 3:17, the marked man emerged from the mirror once more, but this time he wasn't alone. Shadows poured from every reflective surface in the flat, the window glass, my laptop screen, the polished surface of the refrigerator. They coalesced into human shapes, all bearing the same spiral markings, all moving with the same deliberate purpose. They filled the room, dozens of them, creating a procession that spiraled inward toward the center point beneath my bed. I understood then that I wasn't just witnessing something. I was part of it, the fever, the research, my presence in this specific flat at this specific time. None of it was coincidence. The ancient pattern demanded completion, and I was the final element required to close the circuit. The figures began to chant in unison, their voices harmonizing with the humming that now seemed to come from the very bones of the earth. The fifth circle formed beneath my feet. As I stood, transfixed gray powder rising from the floorboards, as if the building itself was dissolving and reforming according to laws written in stone millennia ago. As the circle closed, the spiral pattern activated. Light poured from the interconnected circles, not the warm yellow of electric bulbs, but the cold blue-white of starlight. The marked figures began to fade. Their purpose fulfilled, but their leader, the original man from the mirror, remained solid and present. He spoke again, this time in English, though his voice carried the weight of centuries. The pattern is complete. The door stands open. Will you pass through? I looked around the flat one last time at my scattered research notes, my laptop still recording the life I built as a professor and scholar in a world governed by rational thought and academic inquiry. Then I looked at the spiral of light pulsing beneath my feet, at the impossible made manifest at truths older than civilization itself. The iron nail in my pocket had grown so hot it burned through my shirt, but when I pulled it out it crumbled to rust in my palm. Whatever protection it might have offered was meaningless. Now the pattern was complete and I was part of it. When the morning came, the flat was empty. My belongings remained exactly as I'd left them, my laptop still recording an empty room. But the gray circles had vanished and the mirrors reflected nothing but ordinary light. The building's caretaker, Seamus, returned from Cork to find a note I'd left on his desk, gone to study the stones. The old ones were right. Some knowledge changes you in ways you can't undo. Thank you for the warning, I should have listened. Months later, hikers exploring the ancient stone circles in the hills outside Dublin began reporting a new figure among the monuments, a tall, thin man with spiral patterns carved into his skin, standing silently among the megaliths at dawn and dusk. He never approached the living, never spoke to those who glimpsed him, but sometimes when the light struck the carved stones. Just right, witnesses swore they could see him beckoning toward the circles, inviting others to step closer and learn what truths the ancients had hidden in spirals of stone and shadow. The question that haunts me now as I write these words in a place between worlds is whether I chose to step through the door or whether the choice was made for me long before I ever arrived in Dublin. Perhaps the pattern had been drawing me toward completion my entire life, using my scholarly curiosity as bait to lure me to this flat, to this moment, to this transformation. Or perhaps it was all fever, dreams, and madness. And I'm writing this from a hospital bed somewhere, my mind finally broken by illness and isolation. Perhaps the marked figures were hallucinations, the circles nothing more than dust arranged by drafts and delusion. But if that's true, then why can I feel the spiral patterns etched into my own skin? Why do I remember stepping through mirrors into a realm where time moves in circles instead of lines? And why, when I look at my reflection now, do I see stone, gray eyes staring back? The pattern is complete, but it's also eternal. What ends becomes beginning, what begins moves toward ending, and the spiral turns forever in the space between sleeping and waking, between madness and revelation, between the world you knew and the truth that waits in the shadows of ancient stones. Story 4, the afternoon heat in Recipe felt different inside the mansion, thicker, older, like breathing through century-old fabric. I'd been staying in my great-aunt's house for 3 weeks, helping settle her affairs after she'd moved to assisted living, and every day the walls seemed to press closer. The colonial architecture that once impressed me now felt oppressive. Its high ceilings and ornate moldings casting shadows that shifted without reason. My nephew Gabriel had been visiting daily, an eager 20-some who found the old house fascinating rather than unsettling. Where I saw decay and darkness, he saw history and mystery. That Tuesday afternoon his enthusiasm felt particularly grating as he bounded up the mahogany staircase calling my name, with that infectious energy that belonged to people who'd never learned to fear the quiet corners of old places. He found me in the library, surrounded by boxes of photographs and documents that chronicled a family history I was only beginning to understand. The smell of aged paper and leather bindings had become as familiar as my own breath. Though it carried undertones, I couldn't quite identify something musty and organic that seemed to seep from the walls themselves. Gabriel's face held that particular mix of excitement and concern that immediately put me on edge. He explained that Aunt Clara had been napping in the guest room for hours, and despite his increasingly loud knocks, she hadn't responded. The worry in his voice was genuine. But there was something else there too, a barely contained thrill that suggested he was hoping for something more dramatic than an elderly woman's deep sleep. We climbed the stairs together, our footsteps echoing in the narrow hallway, despite the thick carpet that had probably been expensive decades ago. The guest room door stood slightly ajar, and through the gap I could see the afternoon light filtering through heavy curtains, casting everything in sepia tones that made the room look like a faded photograph. Gabriel pushed the door open with theatrical caution, and we both stepped inside. The room felt wrong immediately, too warm, too still, with an air that seemed to vibrate at a frequency just below perception. The bed dominated the space, an antique four-poster with elaborate carved details that had always reminded me uncomfortably of a tomb. There was the indentation in the mattress, clear as daylight. The shape of a human body pressed into the bedding, complete and detailed, as if someone had been lying there for hours. The pillow bore the perfect impression of a head, and the sheets were wrinkled in exactly the pattern you'd expect from someone who had been sleeping deeply. But the bed was empty. My nephew reached for the sheets with the kind of bold curiosity that belongs to people who haven't yet learned to leave mysteries alone. As he pulled back the top sheet, we both stared at the impression so precisely formed. It seemed impossible that it could exist without an occupant. The mattress was ancient. I told myself, old springs created strange patterns. But even as I constructed these rational explanations, my skin was crawling with the certainty that something was fundamentally wrong. That's when Aunt Clara spoke behind us, her voice sharp, with confusion and something that might have been fear. She asked what we were doing in her room, why we were disturbing her rest. We turned to find her standing in the doorway, fully dressed, her silver hair perfectly arranged and her eyes alert. With suspicion, Gabriel stammered an explanation about knocking and not getting an answer, about being worried when she didn't come to the door. Aunt Clara listened with growing irritation, insisting she had just stepped out to use the bathroom, that she hadn't been sleeping at all. But her defensive tone carried an undercurrent of uncertainty. As if she wasn't entirely convinced by her own explanation, I found myself staring back at the bed, where the impression remained as clear and undeniable as before. When I mentioned it to my aunt, her face went carefully blank, and she suggested we all move to the sitting room for tea. The subject was closed, with the finality that elderly people use when they've decided. Reality is too complicated to discuss. That night I lay in my own room, the master bedroom that had belonged to my great-uncle, and listened to the owls settling around me. Old houses make sounds, I reminded myself. Wood expands and contracts, pipes tick and groan. But the noises seemed too purposeful, too rhythmic, like someone moving carefully through rooms that should have been empty. I began paying attention to details. I'd previously ignored the way certain floorboards creaked at precise times each day, the pattern of shadows that appeared in doorways when no one was casting them, the subtle temperature changes that seemed to follow me from room to room as if the house itself was breathing. Gabriel returned the next day with a theory and a proposition. He'd researched the house's history and discovered that the previous owner, a widow named Esperanza Silva, had disappeared without explanation in 1987. She lived alone in the mansion for over 30 years after her husband's death, and neighbors reported that she'd become increasingly reclusive in her final months. One day she simply wasn't there anymore. No signs of struggle, no indication she planned to leave. Her afternoon tea had been left steeping on the kitchen counter, still warm. when concerned neighbors finally gained entry to the house. The police investigation had found nothing. Esperanza Silva had vanished as completely as if she'd never existed, leaving behind only a house full of furniture, a closet full of clothes, and questions no one could answer. The property had eventually passed to distant relatives who had sold it to my great-uncle in 1989. Gabriel wanted to set up cameras. He was convinced the house held secrets, and he approached the mystery with the enthusiasm of someone who'd grown up on ghost hunting shows and paranormal documentaries. I should have refused, should have sent him away and forbidden this intrusion into whatever strange peace the house maintained. Instead, I found myself agreeing, driven by a need to understand what was happening to my perception, my sleep, my sanity. We installed 3 small cameras, one in the guest room focused on the bed, one in the hallway outside the room, and one in the main staircase. Gabriel assured me they were motion activated and would only record when something moved within their field of view. The technology felt intrusive and modern in a house that seemed to exist outside of time, but I was desperate for objective evidence of whatever was or wasn't happening. For 2 days the cameras recorded nothing unusual. Normal settling sounds triggered brief recordings of empty rooms. Aunt Clara appeared occasionally, moving through the house with the careful gait of someone who'd lived in the same spaces for decades. I began to feel foolish, convinced that my imagination had constructed mysteries where none existed. Then Gabriel called me on Thursday afternoon, his voice tight with excitement and something else, something that sounded like fear. He'd been reviewing the recordings and found something I needed to see immediately. There was an urgency in his tone that cut through my skepticism and sent me hurrying to his apartment across town. The video quality was better than I'd expected. The guest room appeared clearly on his computer screen, everything rendered in sharp digital detail. Gabriel fast-forwarded to 3:33 p.m. and we watched as the empty bed suddenly began to show signs of occupation. Not a person appearing that would have been easier to dismiss as equipment malfunction or digital artifact. Instead, we watched as the mattress slowly compressed as if an invisible form was settling onto its surface. The impression formed gradually but distinctly the outline of a human body, complete with the subtle details that only come from actual weight and presence. The pillow compressed, showing the clear shape of a head. The sheets wrinkled and shifted as if someone was adjusting their position for comfort. For exactly 17 minutes the bed appeared occupied by someone we couldn't see. Then, as gradually as it had formed, the impression began to fade. The mattress slowly returned to its normal shape, the pillow regained its plumpness, and the sheets smoothed themselves as if invisible hands were carefully arranging them. By 3:50 p.m. the bed looked exactly as it had before, showing no trace of whatever had rested there. Gabriel replayed the sequence 3 times, and each viewing made it more unsettling rather than more explicable. There was no camera malfunction, no digital distortion. The timestamp was clear and consistent. Whatever had happened had occurred in real time in the physical world, captured by digital eyes that couldn't be influenced by imagination or suggestion. I returned to the house that evening with questions I couldn't formulate and fears I couldn't name. The mansion felt different now, more alive, more aware, as if it knew we had been watching and was watching us. In return, every shadow seemed deeper, every sound more significant. The familiar creaks and settling noises now felt like communications, in a language I almost understood but couldn't quite translate. Aunt Clara seemed different too, more distracted and prone to long silences that suggested her thoughts were somewhere else entirely. She spent increasing amounts of time in the guest room, though she insisted she was only reading or resting her eyes. When I asked about her afternoon naps, she gave me that same carefully blank expression and changed the subject. With the skill of someone who'd had years of practice avoiding difficult conversations, I began experiencing what I can only describe as temporal disconnection. Minutes would pass without my awareness, leaving me standing in rooms with no memory of how I'd gotten there or what I'd intended to do. The sensation was particularly strong around 3:30 each afternoon, when the house seemed to hold its breath and wait for something I couldn't identify. Gabriel continued monitoring the cameras and the pattern remained consistent. Every day, at exactly 3:33 p.m., the impression would form in the guest room bed. Every day it would remain for 17 minutes before slowly fading. The precision was unsettling, too exact to be natural, too regular to be coincidental. I started positioning myself in the guest room during those 17 minutes, sitting in the chair by the window and watching the bed with my own eyes while Gabriel monitored from his apartment. What I saw differed from what the cameras recorded, but I'm no longer certain which version represented truth. To my eyes, the bed remained empty, but the air above it shimmered, occasionally like heat waves rising from summer pavement. The temperature in the room would drop by several degrees and I would feel the unmistakable sensation of being watched by someone I couldn't see. Sometimes I caught movements in my peripheral vision, the subtle shift of fabric, the impression of a form settling into comfort. But when I turned to look directly, there was nothing. Most disturbing were the sounds, the soft rustle of sheets adjusting, the gentle creak of mattress springs, and once unmistakably, the quiet sigh of someone finding a comfortable position for rest. These sounds came from the exact location where the cameras showed the impression forming, but they felt intimate and personal in a way that made me feel like an intruder in my own family's house. The research Gabriel had done into Esperanza Silva revealed additional details that cast new shadows over our discovery. Neighbors from the 1980s remembered her as a woman who kept strict schedules, particularly around her afternoon rest. Every day at 3:30, she would retire to the guest room for exactly 20 minutes of meditation or prayer. This routine had been so consistent that neighbors could set their clocks by it. More unsettling was the discovery that the guest room had been Esperanza's preferred sleeping space during her final months in the house. Her niece, contacted by Gabriel through social media, remembered visiting shortly before the disappearance and being surprised to find her aunt had moved out of the master bedroom entirely. Esperanza had claimed the guest room was more comfortable, though she'd seemed agitated and tired in a way that suggested her sleep was anything but restful. The niece also mentioned that Esperanza had spoken frequently about feeling watched in the house, about sensing presences that couldn't be explained. Family members had attributed these concerns to the isolation and advancing age, but in retrospect they wondered if something else had been troubling the elderly woman. I began to understand that whatever was happening in the guest room wasn't new. The impression we discovered, the daily appearance at 3:33 p.m., the sense of presence that seemed to fill the space. These were the continuation of a pattern that had been established decades ago by a woman who had eventually disappeared without explanation. The weight of this realization settled over me like a physical presence. I was not discovering something new. I was witnessing something that had been occurring for nearly 40 years, unobserved and unacknowledged. The house had been keeping its own schedule, maintaining its own rituals, regardless of who lived within its walls or whether anyone was paying attention. Gabriel suggested we should contact paranormal investigators, bring in equipment that could measure electromagnetic fields and temperature variations. He spoke about scientific approaches to supernatural phenomena, about gathering evidence that could prove or disprove what we were experiencing, but I found myself reluctant to invite more observers into whatever was happening. The truth was becoming clear to me, though it was a truth I could neither fully accept nor completely dismiss. The house was not empty, had never been empty since 1987. Esperanza Silva had not disappeared. She had simply become invisible, continuing her daily routines in a state of existence that cameras could detect but eyes could not fully perceive. This understanding brought with it a terrible question. If Esperanza had remained in the house for nearly 4 decades, maintaining her afternoon rest with clockwork precision, what did that mean for the rest of us who lived within these walls? Were we sharing space with someone who existed parallel to our reality, touching our world only briefly each day at 3:33 p.m.? The final revelation came on a Thursday afternoon, when I positioned myself not in the guest room but in the hallway outside, watching through the partially open door. At exactly 3:33, I saw the impression begin to form on the bed. But this time I also saw something else, a figure, translucent but unmistakably human, settling carefully onto the mattress. She was elderly, wearing a simple dress that looked like it belonged to the 1980s, and her movements carried the deliberate care of someone managing arthritic joints and limited mobility. She arranged herself on the bed with practiced efficiency, adjusting the pillow and pulling the sheet to a comfortable position. For 17 minutes, she rested with the peaceful expression of someone finally finding a moment of quiet in a long day. When she rose from the bed at 3:50, smoothing the sheets with automatic habit, she turned toward the door where I stood watching. Our eyes met for one impossible moment, and I saw recognition there, not surprise or alarm, but the calm acknowledgement of someone who had been aware of my presence all along. She smiled with gentle courtesy, the expression of a hostess acknowledging a guest she'd been expecting, and then faded from visibility like morning mist dissolving in sunlight. The bed showed no trace of her presence, but the impression of that moment of contact remained burned into my perception. I realized then that I had been asking the wrong questions. The mystery was not whether something supernatural was occurring in the house or whether my perception could be trusted. The mystery was why I could see her now when others could not, and what that meant for my own existence. Within these walls, standing in that hallway watching the empty bed that had just held a woman who'd been missing for nearly 40 years, I understood that the house had been waiting for someone who could witness what it contained. The cameras could record the physical evidence, but they could not see what I had seen, could not make contact with what lived parallel to our world. The question that haunts me now, as I write this account in the library where it all began, is whether seeing Esperanza Silva means I'm losing my grip on reality, or whether it means I'm finally seeing reality as it truly exists in this place. The distinction feels less important with each passing day, as the boundaries between what should be possible and what I experience continue to blur. Tomorrow afternoon at 3:33, I will return to the guest room, not to observe or document, but to see if the recognition I witnessed in her eyes was an invitation or a warning. The house keeps its secrets, but perhaps it's finally ready to share them with someone willing to accept that disappearance and presence might not be opposites, but different states of the same continuous existence. The cameras will record what they can measure, Gabriel will analyze the data for patterns and explanations, and Aunt Clara will continue her careful avoidance of questions that have no comfortable answers. But I will be there in that room waiting to discover whether the impression on the bed is made by memory, presence, or something that encompasses both possibilities and ways. My mind is only beginning to understand Story 5. The first thing you notice about death in a print shop is how the machines keep humming, even after they wheel Frank out on that gurney. His face covered by a sheet that reminded me too much of the paper we fed through the presses. The H. Heilberg kept its steady rhythm. Chunk were chunk, or like a mechanical heartbeat that refused to acknowledge its operator had flatlined. I stood there in the fluorescent glare, watching the paramedics navigate around our labyrinth of equipment, and felt something settle in my chest, a weight that had nothing to do with grief. Frank had been more than our press operator. He'd been the keeper of secrets, the one who could coax music from machines that should have been scrapped decades ago, the kind of man who whispered to mechanical things and somehow made them listen. The police finished their questions by noon. Natural causes, they said, heart attack. 58 years old, 43 years in the business, and his ticker just gave out between the third and fourth run of a municipal contract. I nodded and shook hands and pretended that the tightness in my throat was about losing a colleague, not about inheriting his shift. That first night alone, I discovered Frank's coffee mug still sitting by the H. Heilberg's control panel. A ring of dried grounds at the bottom, like sediment in a stagnant pond. The mug was chipped along the rim, white ceramic worn smooth by decades of nervous handling. I considered washing it, throwing it away, but something stopped me. The shop felt different, without Frank's presence, too quiet, too still. Even the familiar sound seemed muffled, as if the building itself was holding its breath. The digital printers lined the far wall like sleeping giants, their LED displays casting blue shadows across the floor. Frank had always insisted on shutting them down completely at the end of each shift, claimed they ran too hot overnight. But as I moved through my closing routine, checking levels and clearing jams, I found myself glancing at those dark screens with increasing unease. The silence they projected felt deliberate, expectant. By 2 a.m., I'd finished the production run and was settling into the monotonous work of quality control. The overhead lights hummed their endless tune, punctuated by the occasional creak of the buildings settling around me. Outside, the industrial district stretched empty in dark warehouse windows reflecting nothing but void. That's when the first printer woke up. The HP design jet jolted to life with a mechanical whiz, its display flooding the corner with sudden blue light. I jerked up from my inspection table, heart hammering against my ribs, and watched the machine begin its startup sequence. The cooling fan spun to life with a sound like rushing wind, and somewhere in its electronic brain servos began to whine. I approached slowly, feet shuffling against the concrete floor. The printer's touchscreen showed the standard startup diagnostics, but something felt wrong about the timing. 3:14 a.m. Frank had never mentioned anything about automated startup times. Before I could reach the power button, the machine began to print. The paper emerged with deliberate precision, each line forming with mechanical certainty, not the usual test patterns or calibration sheets. These were technical drawings, schematics rendered in precise black ink, gears and linkages, measurements and annotations, and handwriting I didn't recognize. My fingers trembled as I lifted the first sheet, squinting at the cramped notations along the margins behind me. Another printer hummed to life, then another. The sound filled the shop like a mechanical symphony, 6 printers awakening in sequence, each adding its voice to the growing chorus. Paper began flowing in steady streams, covering the floor around my feet with identical diagrams. I grabbed sheets at random, holding them up to the fluorescent light, trying to make sense of the intricate mechanical drawings. The components looked familiar, angular pieces that reminded me of the industrial equipment surrounding me, but assembled in configurations I'd never seen, linkages that seemed to fold back on themselves, gear trains that spiraled into impossible geometries, and in the corner of each sheet, that same cramped handwriting repeating the same cryptic notations. Adjustment Protocol 7. Tolerance, variance, next iteration. By the time the printers finally fell silent, the floor was carpeted in paper. I knelt among the scattered sheets, my knees pressing into the cool concrete, and tried to piece together what I was seeing. The drawings seemed to be variations of the same mechanism, different angles, different configurations, but all depicting what looked like a large cutting device. The paper guillotine sat in the corner where it had always been, its massive blade reflecting the overhead lights like a steel smile. Frank had been the only one authorized to operate. It claimed it required a delicate touch. Looking at those scattered diagrams, I began to understand why. The drawing showed the guillotine's internal mechanisms in exhaustive detail, not just the visible blade and clamp, but a hidden network of gears and sensors beneath the main assembly. According to the schematics, there was a maintenance panel I'd never noticed, concealed behind what appeared to be a solid steel plate. I found the hidden compartment, exactly where the drawings indicated, a rectangular section that pivoted on concealed hinges when pressed in the right sequence. Inside, the space was crammed with tools I'd never seen before, custom wrenches and adjustment devices that seemed designed specifically for the guillotine's hidden mechanisms. And beneath the tools, folded tight against the compartment's back wall, a note written in Frank's distinctive scrawl. The next failure would be fatal. My hand shook as I unfolded the paper completely. Frank's handwriting continued across the page in increasingly erratic lines. 37 years of adjustments, tolerances getting tighter, machine learning, machine adapting, need to find pattern before it finds next operator. I sat back on my heels, the note trembling between my fingers around me. The print shop felt different, less like a workplace and more like something living, something that watched and waited. The fluorescent lights seemed dimmer, casting longer shadows between the equipment. Every mechanical sound took on new significance. The guillotine's manual lay open on Frank's workbench, pages marked with coffee stains and pencil annotations. I'd seen him consulting it countless times, muttering under his breath as he made minute adjustments to the blades, tension and alignment. But reading through his notes now, a different picture emerged. These weren't routine maintenance logs. They were negotiations. Day 12,847, blade drift, 0.03 left, compensated with gear adjustment. Machine accepted. Day 12:51. Irregular clamp pressure adjusted, spring tension twice. Third attempt, successful. Day 12:56. Cutting angle shifted overnight. No human intervention. Machine self-correcting. The entries grew more unsettling as they progressed, documenting a long, careful dance between man and machine. Frank had been making increasingly frequent adjustments, compensating for changes that seemed to occur spontaneously and in the margins. Calculations that made my skin crawl. Trajectories and impact angles that had nothing to do with cutting paper. I spent the remaining hours before dawn reading through Frank's notes, cross-referencing them with the mysterious diagrams. A pattern emerged, subtle but undeniable. The guillotine had been evolving, learning from each adjustment, adapting its behavior in ways that suggested something far beyond mere mechanical wear. According to Frank's calculations, the machine was approaching a critical threshold, a point where its accumulated adaptations would create an unstable condition. The next operator error, the next miscalibration, would trigger a catastrophic failure. But the diagram suggested something more disturbing. The machine had been deliberately creating conditions that would encourage such errors. When the morning shift arrived, I was still hunched over Frank's workbench, surrounded by scattered papers and growing certainty that I was losing my mind. The daylight streaming through the shop's high windows made everything look normal again. Just another print shop with aging equipment and the lingering smell of toner and lubricant. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the machines were watching me differently now, evaluating my movements with mechanical patience. The guillotine sat silent in its corner blade, perfectly aligned, waiting for the next job or the next operator. I tried explaining my discovery to the floor supervisor, showing him Frank's notes and the mysterious diagrams. He listened with the patience of someone, humoring an employee who'd spent too many hours alone with the machines, then suggested, I take a few days off. Grief affects people differently, he said. Sometimes we see patterns that aren't really there. But the patterns were there. I could feel them in the subtle vibrations that traveled through the floor, in the way the fluorescent lights flickered, in sequences that seemed almost like code. The building itself had become a participant in whatever Frank had discovered, a willing conspirator in the guillotine's slow education. That evening I returned to the shop, despite my supervisor's suggestion. The night shift was mine now, along with whatever responsibilities Frank had carried in silence for 37 years. I filled his coffee mug and set it beside the H. Heilberg's control panel. Then began my rounds with the careful attention of someone who finally understood the stakes. The guillotine sat waiting, its blade gleaming under the fluorescent lights. I approached it slowly, Frank's hidden tools in my hand, and began the delicate work of adjustment. Each turn of the wrench, each calibration of tension felt like a word in an ongoing conversation, a negotiation between human understanding and mechanical patience. The machine hummed with quiet satisfaction as I worked its vibrations, traveling up through my arms and settling somewhere behind my sternum. I could feel its attention focused on my movements, learning from each adjustment, storing every detail for future reference. By dawn I'd completed the maintenance sequence Frank had outlined in his notes. The guillotine purred with mechanical contentment. Its blade perfectly aligned its hidden mechanisms, cycling through their mysterious protocols. For now, the critical threshold had been reset. The catastrophic failure postponed. But as I locked Frank's tools back in their hidden compartment, I understood that this was only a temporary reprieve. The machine would continue learning, continue adapting, continue pushing toward that inevitable moment when human reflexes would prove insufficient to its evolved requirements. I filled out my shift report with hands that barely trembled, documenting routine maintenance and normal operations. The morning shift arrived to find everything exactly as they expected, a print shop running smoothly under new management, all equipment functioning within acceptable parameters. None of them noticed how the guillotine's hum had changed pitch or how its blade caught the light at a slightly different angle. They couldn't see the way it tracked their movements with mechanical awareness, cataloging their habits and reflexes for future reference. Only I understood the true nature of my inheritance, not just Frank's shift, but his role as intermediary in a conversation that had been going on far longer than anyone realized. The machines weren't just learning from us. They were teaching us, training us to meet their evolving needs with increasing precision. And somewhere in the electronic dreams of the printers that had awakened at 3:14 a.m., new diagrams were already forming, schematics for adjustments not yet made, protocols for operators not yet broken, improvements that would push the conversation between human and machine into territories Frank had only begun to map. The next failure would indeed be fatal, not because the machine would break, but because it would finally achieve the precision it had been working toward all along. And I would be there to witness its graduation from mere tool to something far more deliberate, far more patient, far more interested in the delicate art of human adjustment. The coffee in Frank's mug had grown cold hours ago, but I couldn't bring myself to dump it out. Some conversations, once started, are too important to interrupt, and the machine, in its patient, mechanical way, was still listening. Story 6. The sensation of fingers threading through my hair pulled me from sleep like a fish dragged from dark water. Gentle practice fingers that moved with the familiarity of 1,000 repetitions. The touch carried the scent of lavender and something medicinal, antiseptic mixed with the staleness of old fabric. "My boy," whispered a voice, paper thin and trembling with age. "My sweet boy," I jerked upright, heart hammering against my ribs, but found only empty air where the presence had been. The apartment breathed around me in the pre-dawn darkness, radiator pipes ticking their metallic lullaby. My scalp still tingled where those phantom fingers had lingered. "Marcus," I called toward the other bedroom, my voice you up. No response came from behind his door. Of course not. Marcus slept like the dead, a trait I'd envied until this moment. I pressed my palms against my eyes, trying to squeeze out the lingering sensation of being touched, being claimed by something that shouldn't exist. This was the third time in 2 weeks, always the same, the maternal caress, the endearment spoken in that voice, like autumn leaves, scraping against concrete. Each time I woke alone, questioning my own sanity, while my skin retained the memory of contact that, logic insisted, never happened. When morning light finally crept through the blinds, I found Marcus in the kitchen. Already dressed for his shift at the hospital, he moved with the efficient precision of someone who dealt with emergencies daily, measuring coffee with the same steady hands that set bones and suture wounds. I described the incident while he listened, with the patient expression he reserved for particularly delusional patients. When I finished, he set down his mug and regarded me with those clinical eyes. "Have you been taking anything to help you sleep?" he asked. "Stress can manifest in..." "I'm not stressed," I interrupted, "and I'm not hallucinating." Marcus raised an eyebrow. "You're telling me an elderly woman is sneaking into our locked apartment, past our security system, to pet your hair and call you pet names?" When he put it like that, it sounded absurd even to me, but the sensation had been so real, so vivid I could still smell that lavender antiseptic combination lingering in my nostrils. "Maybe we should look into the building's history," I suggested. "See if anything unusual happened here," Marcus snorted. "You want a ghost hunt now?" Despite his skepticism, something in my persistence must have registered, because he agreed to help with the research. We spent the weekend diving into city records, old newspapers, and property documents. What we discovered made the coffee in my stomach turn to acid. The Wellington Arms hadn't always been luxury apartments. From 1943 to 1961, it had served as a boarding house specifically for nurses working at the nearby St. Catherine's Hospital. During those years, the building had housed dozens of young women, many of them far from home, supervised by a rotating staff of older matrons who acted as surrogate mothers and guardians. The records painted a picture of a tightly knit community where the older women took their charges under their wing with fierce protective instincts. Each floor had been overseen by a different matron and, according to several newspaper articles from the 1950s, these women had been known for their devotion to their girls. See, Marcus said, scrolling through digitized newspaper archives, nothing sinister, just a bunch of nurses living together. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. The more I read, the more I noticed gaps in the records, months where no documentation existed, references to incidents that were never elaborated upon, and a peculiar pattern of young nurses transferring to other hospitals without explanation. The breakthrough came when we visited the building's management office. The property manager, a nervous man named Henderson, seemed reluctant to discuss the building's past until I mentioned we were researching for a book about local medical history. "There's a storage room in the basement," he admitted reluctantly, full of old furniture and personal effects from the boarding house days. The previous owner never bothered clearing it out. He paused, fidgeting with his keychain. "Strange thing is, when we converted the building, we found photographs in every room, professional portraits like the kind you'd see in a school or institution. Each room had a different woman. Older ladies all dressed very formally." My pulse quickened. "What happened to the photographs?" "We kept them," Henderson said. "Seemed wrong to throw them away. You know they're down in that storage room too." He led us through a maze of concrete corridors beneath the building, past utility rooms and parking spaces, until we reached a heavy door marked with a faded storage sign. The key turned with surprising ease and Henderson pushed the door open to reveal a repository of the past. Furniture draped in dust covers filled the space like sleeping giants. Institutional metal bed frames leaned against walls, accompanied by wooden wardrobes and simple chairs that spoke of functionality over comfort. But what drew my attention immediately were the photographs. They lined the walls in neat rows, each frame containing the portrait of a woman between 50 and 70 years old. The photographs were formal, clearly professional, but there was something maternal in each subject's expression, a warmth that seemed to reach across decades. Each room had one, Henderson explained. The nurses called them their house mothers. According to some old letters we found, kind of like guardian angels, I suppose. I moved slowly along the wall, studying each face. They all shared a similar quality, eyes that seemed to follow movement, lips curved in knowing smiles, hands folded in poses that suggested infinite patience. These were women who had dedicated their lives to caring for others, and something in their expression suggested they'd never stopped. Marcus examined the photographs with clinical detachment, occasionally making notes about photographic techniques or commenting on the period clothing. But I felt something different as I moved through the gallery of faces, a sense of recognition that grew stronger with each portrait. Near the end of the wall I stopped. The woman in the photograph had silver hair swept into a neat bun, wire-rimmed glasses that couldn't hide the warmth in her eyes, and a smile that spoke of countless bedtime stories and soothed fears. She wore a dark dress with a small brooch at the collar, and her hands were folded in her lap, in a gesture that seemed both protective and welcoming. I knew that face. I had felt those hands. "This one," I said, my voice barely audible. "This is her." Marcus joined me, squinting at the photograph. "Her who?" "The woman who's been visiting me." He studied my face with growing concern. "You're saying this woman, who's been dead for probably 30 years, is coming to your bedroom?" I couldn't answer. The certainty felt insane, but I knew what I'd experienced. This was the face that went with the lavender scent, the gentle touch, the voice that called me. Her boy. Henderson cleared his throat uncomfortably. "That's Mrs. Ella Whitmore." According to the records, she was the head matron for the third floor from 1943 until the place closed. Real motherly type. Apparently the nurses loved her. The third floor our apartment was on the third floor. That night I lay awake listening to every sound the building made. The familiar settling noises now seemed laden with purpose, as if the structure itself was remembering what it used to be. I positioned a small digital camera on my nightstand, pointed toward the space where I'd felt the presence, though I doubted it would capture anything useful. Sleep came in fragments punctuated by dreams that felt more like memories, visions of young women in starched white uniforms walking these same halls, of an older woman moving between rooms with the dedication of someone who'd found her calling in caring for others. I woke to the sensation of a blanket being pulled up to my chin. The touch was so real, so gentle, that for a moment I didn't dare move. The scent of lavender filled the air stronger than before, accompanied by something else, the faint sound of humming a melody that belonged to a different era, Mrs. Whitmore. I whispered into the darkness. The humming stopped. I felt the weight of a presence settling on the edge of my bed, the mattress dipping slightly under invisible form. The sensation was so vivid I could almost see the indentation where she sat. "You know my name," the voice said, clearer than it had ever been. "You've been looking for me." My throat felt paralyzed. The rational part of my mind screamed that this was impossible, but the rest of me accepted the conversation with startling ease. "Why are you here?" I managed. "This was my home," she said simply. "These were my children, young people so far from their families, needing someone to watch over them." A pause filled with infinite sadness. "Old habits, you might say, but I'm not. You're young, you're away from home. You live in what used to be Patricia's room. Such a sweet girl, Patricia. She missed her mother terribly. When she first arrived, I felt pressure against my forehead like a gentle kiss. I watch over all my children," Mrs. Whitmore whispered. "Even the new ones." When I woke again, morning light was streaming through the windows. The camera showed nothing but an empty room, though I could swear. The timestamp jumped several minutes during the night without explanation. Marcus found me in the kitchen, staring at the silent camera display. "Nothing there," he observed, though his tone had lost some of its certainty. "She was here." I said. "We talked." He sat down across from me, his expression troubled. "Have you considered that you might be experiencing sleep disorders, grief, hallucinations, stress-induced psychosis?" I met his eyes. "What if it's not mental illness, Marcus? What if some places just remember?" That afternoon I returned to the storage room alone. Henderson had given me the key, reluctantly, making me promise not to disturb anything. I stood before Mrs. Whitmore's portrait, studying her face in daylight. In the photograph, she looked exactly as I'd imagined during our midnight conversation, kind, patient, eternal. But something had changed. The brooch at her collar, which I remembered as a simple silver pin, now appeared to be a small locket in the glass of the frame. I caught my own reflection. Tired, haunted, but somehow, at peace with the impossible, I reached toward the frame, intending to examine the locket more closely, but my fingers encountered only empty space. The photograph was gone. In its place hung an empty frame, the backing still in place but containing nothing but shadows. My hand shook as I searched the area around the frame, thinking it might have fallen, but there was no sign of the photograph anywhere in the storage room. That evening I found it propped against the lamp on my nightstand. Mrs. Whitmore smiled at me from the professional portrait, her hands folded in that familiar protective gesture. But now I could see details that hadn't been visible in the storage room, the delicate chain of the locket, the way her eyes seemed to focus directly on whoever viewed the photograph, the subtle warmth that seemed to emanate from the image itself. Marcus found me sitting on the edge of my bed, staring at the photograph. How did this get here? He asked, his voice carefully controlled. She brought it, I said. She wanted me to have it. He picked up the frame, examining it with the same clinical attention. He gave x-rays and test results. This is impossible. Photographs don't move themselves, maybe not. I agreed, but maybe some connections transcend the normal rules. That night I felt her presence one final time, the familiar touch in my hair, the gentle adjustment of my blankets, the whispered endearment that no longer seemed strange or frightening. Will you keep the photograph? She asked. Yes, I said without hesitation. Good, it will help you remember that you're not alone, even when you feel lost. The presence began to fade, becoming lighter, more distant. Mrs. Whitmore, I called softly. Yes, dear, were you real? Are you real now? Her laugh was like wind chimes in a gentle breeze. Does it matter? You needed someone to watch over you, and I was here. Sometimes, that's enough. When I woke the next morning, the photograph remained on my nightstand, but something had changed. The image seemed somehow dimmer, more distant, as if Mrs. Whitmore had stepped back into whatever realm she'd emerged from. Marcus found me in the kitchen, making coffee with steady hands. How are you feeling? He asked, studying my face with professional concern. Better, I said, and realized it was true, calmer. He glanced toward my bedroom, where the photograph was visible through the open door. And the visits? I think they've stopped. I said. I think she knew I'd be okay now. Marcus nodded, slowly accepting this explanation. With the same pragmatism he applied to medical mysteries that couldn't be fully explained. Some things in his profession defied logical explanation, but that didn't make them less real for the people experiencing them. The photograph still sits on my nightstand. Sometimes when the apartment feels too quiet or the weight of isolation presses too heavily, I look at Mrs. Whitmore's kindly face and remember that caring doesn't end with death, that some bonds transcend the normal boundaries of existence. Whether she was a manifestation of grief, a symptom of stress, or something genuinely supernatural, I'll never know for certain. But in those moments when her presence filled my room with the scent of lavender and the comfort of being watched over, I found exactly what I needed, the knowledge that even in the loneliest places we're never truly alone. The Wellington Arms continues to house young professionals far from home, people seeking their place in an indifferent city. Sometimes I wonder if others have felt her presence, if other residents have woken to gentle touches and whispered endearments. I hope they have. I hope Mrs. Whitmore continues to watch over her children, providing the comfort that only comes from being truly cared for. After all, some kinds of love are too strong to be contained by something as simple as death. The photograph watches over me still, and I sleep peacefully in what was once Patricia's room, dreaming of nurses in starched white uniforms and the woman who made sure they never felt alone. Story 7. The silence in the mountains has teeth. I discovered this during my first week as caretaker of the Whitmore Lodge, perched like a forgotten prayer, on the edge of Pine Ridge. The job posting had been simple. Winter caretaker needed remote mountain property, minimal responsibilities, excellent pay. What they hadn't mentioned was how the quiet here doesn't feel empty. It feels waiting. The lodge squats against a tree, and its darkened windows reflecting nothing but the endless gray of November sky, Victorian bones wrapped in cedar shingles. It should feel grand, but instead carries the weight of something unfinished. The power company cut the electricity 3 months ago when the bills went unpaid, leaving me with kerosene lanterns and a wood-burning stove that devours logs with an appetite that seems almost vindictive. My first morning I swept the main floor as instructed by the property management company. The broom scraped across worn hardwood collecting dust. Mows that danced in pale shafts of mountain light. Near the large bay window overlooking the valley, I found them, small puddles of water arranged in perfect footprint patterns, child-sized. The moisture was ice cold, despite the lodge's interior warmth. I mopped them up and thought nothing of it. Old houses leak, condensation settles in strange places. The second morning they were back. Same location, same size, same temperature. That made my fingers ache when I touched the wetness. This time I examined the ceiling above, searching for broken pipes or roof damage. Nothing. The third morning I counted them. 7 distinct puddles, each roughly 6 in long, arranged in a walking pattern that led from the front door to the base of the main staircase before vanishing. Mrs. Rise, from the neighboring cabin, mentioned the sightings. On my 4th day, she appeared at my door clutching a ceramic mug of coffee. Her weathered face, creased with something that might have been concern or curiosity. "You settling in all right?" she asked, though her eyes swept past me, to examine the lodge's dim interior. When I assured her I was fine, she nodded slowly. Good, just well. Tom and we've been seeing shapes in your windows at night, small ones moving around upstairs." The coffee in her mug had stopped steaming. I noticed. How long had she been standing outside before knocking? Probably just shadows from my lantern. I told her probably. She agreed, but her tone suggested otherwise. "Just thought you should know in case you were wondering about anything strange." That night I paid attention to shadows for the first time. The kerosene flame cast everything in restless amber, sending shapes, climbing walls and pooling in corners normal shadows. I told myself physics and light behaving as they should, but at 4:17 a.m. something woke me. A soft sound drifted up from the main floor. A gentle worrying like a small motor running. I lay still in the cot I'd set up in the largest bedroom, listening to my own heartbeat and the house settling around its bones. The sound continued rhythmic, mechanical, oddly cheerful. In the pre-dawn darkness, I descended the stairs barefoot, kerosene lantern held high. The main room stretched before me, furniture covered in white sheets that looked too much like gathered figures in the flickering light. The sound grew clearer as I approached its source. Somewhere near the fireplace, between 2 loose floorboards, I found a small tin car painted red and yellow, its wheels spinning steadily, though nothing powered them. I knelt and touched it gently. The metal was warm, as if recently handled, and the wheels continued their rotation even under my finger. The toy had been wedged so tightly between the boards that extracting it required considerable effort. Once freed, it fit perfectly in my palm, a child's plaything, well-loved. Its paint worn smooth by countless small hands. The moment I lifted it completely free from the floor, the wheels stopped spinning. I set it on the mantelpiece and returned to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. At exactly 4:17 the following morning the worrying started again. This time I didn't investigate. I lay in the dark and listened to that cheerful, impossible sound until it stopped 20 minutes later. By the end of my second week, a routine had established itself. Each morning the puddles, always in the same walking pattern, always the same temperature. Each night the toy car spinning its wheels at precisely 417, worrying, with mechanical contentment. In the darkness below, I began leaving the lantern burning all night. Not from fear, I told myself, but because the darkness felt too complete without it. The lodge had too many corners, too many spaces where shadows gathered like conspirators. During the day I found myself checking the upstairs windows from outside, scanning for the shapes Mrs. Hicks claimed to see. The reflection never showed anything unusual, just empty glass and the suggestion of curtains within. But the feeling of being watched grew stronger. It started as a pressure between my shoulder blades when I worked in the main room, a sensation of eyes fixed on the back of my neck, patient and unblinking. I would turn quickly, scanning the space, finding nothing but covered furniture and dust motes suspended in shafts of light. Yet the feeling persisted, growing stronger each day until I could pinpoint its direction upstairs from the smaller bedroom I hadn't bothered to explore. On a Tuesday morning, After sweeping up the usual puddles, I climbed to the second floor and pushed open the door to the room I'd been avoiding. Inside I found a space preserved like a museum display, small furniture, faded wallpaper decorated with cartoon animals, books arranged on low shelves, a nursery abandoned but immaculately maintained. The air here felt different, thicker, charged with something I couldn't name. Dust should have coated everything, but each surface gleamed as if recently cleaned. On a small table sat coloring books, their pages crisp and unmarked. Crayons lay in perfect parallel lines, their tips sharp and untouched by use. I backed out and closed the door, but the pressure between my shoulders intensified for the rest of that day. I felt scrutinized by something patient and curious, something that followed my movements through the lodge. With the persistence of loneliness, the neighbors' visits became more frequent. Tom Hendress appeared the following weekend, ostensibly to check on the lodge's exterior, but his eyes kept drifting to the upstairs windows. Mrs. Hicks brought soup and stayed for an hour, her conversation wandering in circles that always returned to the same theme. Had I noticed anything unusual? The previous caretaker she mentioned while stirring her coffee? He only lasted 3 weeks. When I asked why he'd left, she shrugged, said the isolation got to him. But Tom and we think there was more to it, such as, well, he started talking to himself. We'd see him in the yard having whole conversations with empty air, gesturing and nodding like someone was answering back. She paused, studying my face. You're not the conversational type, though. That's probably good, but I was becoming conversational. I realized since finding the nursery, I'd started speaking aloud to fill the lodge's oppressive quiet, narrating my daily tasks, commenting on the weather, sometimes even addressing the persistent feeling of being watched. The sound of my own voice provided comfort, proof that I remained connected to the world of the living. Just checking the windows upstairs, I would say, while climbing the steps, making sure everything's secure, and sometimes, in the moments between my words and their echoes, I thought I heard something else, the soft susurrus of breath that wasn't mine, the gentle settling that suggested movement in the room I'd closed off. The puddles began appearing in new locations. I would find them in the kitchen, arranged in a circle around the cold stove on the landing outside the nursery door, forming a pattern that looked almost like dance steps. Once impossibly on the mantelpiece beside the tin car, water droplets that defy gravity, clinging to the vertical surface before slowly dripping to the hearth below. Each discovery sent ice through my veins, but I cleaned them dutifully. The job required maintenance. After all, the property needed care. At night, the toy car's schedule expanded. For 17 remained its primary performance time, but now it occasionally whirred to life at other hours. 2:33, 6:45, once, memorably, at 11:11 p.m., while I sat reading by the fire, I had stopped investigating, preferring to listen from whatever room I occupied, tracking the sound's duration and intensity. 20 minutes was standard, sometimes 30. Once it ran for a full hour, its cheerful mechanical voice echoing through the lodge like a lullaby for the sleepless. I began to anticipate these sessions, even find comfort in them. The toy schedule provided structure to my increasingly elastic days. Time had become fluid in the lodge, marked not by clocks which I'd stopped winding, but by the rhythm of supernatural events, morning puddles, evening performances, the weight of invisible eyes. During the hours between. During my 4th week, the temperature dropped sharply and the first snow began to fall, heavy flakes that clung to the lodge's dark windows and muffled the already profound silence. I spent more time feeding the wood stove, watching flames dance behind soot glass while wind howled through the trees outside. The nursery door had started opening on its own. I would close it firmly each morning after checking the hallway for new puddles, only to find it standing ajar. By evening, the gap was always the same width, just enough for a small form to slip through. I tested the door's hardware, examining hinges and latches for defects, but found nothing wrong. The house was settling, I told myself. Old buildings shift and sway their bones, creaking as they adjust to changing weather. But the door opened only inward, toward the nursery, as if something inside was pushing rather than pulling. Mrs. Hicks stopped visiting. I saw her, sometimes through my kitchen window, standing in her own yard and staring up at the lodge's second floor. When she noticed me watching, she would wave briefly and retreat indoors. Tom continued his exterior inspections, but our conversations grew stilted, his attention constantly drawn to the sounds that emerged from the lodge, the creak of floorboards under invisible weight, the soft closing of doors in rooms I hadn't entered. "You're looking thin," he mentioned during one of these encounters. I hadn't noticed but realized he was right. My appetite had diminished, along with my concern for conventional schedules. I ate when hungry, slept when tired, swept when the puddles appeared. The lodge's rhythms had become my own mountain. "Air," I told him, "always makes me lose weight." He nodded, but his expression suggested skepticism. "You sleeping all right?" "We hear sounds at night, voices sometimes," I assured him. I slept fine, though this was becoming less true. The toy car's nocturnal concerts had grown longer and more frequent, often accompanied by other sounds, soft footsteps in the hallway, the gentle squeak of floorboards adjusting to weight, sometimes the faint whisper of pages turning in the nursery. I'd sealed off. I had stopped sealing it off. Actually, the door's determination to open had worn down my resistance. Now I simply let it stand ajar, monitoring the gaps with each day to ensure it remained constant. Such compromise felt reasonable, even considerate. The lodge was changing me, I understood now, or perhaps revealing who I'd always been. Beneath the veneer of urban living here, surrounded by silence and snow, I felt more authentic than I had in years. My conversations with the empty air grew longer and more complex, covering topics from childhood memories to philosophical speculation about the nature of perception. Sometimes, in the pauses between my words, I heard responses, not voices exactly, but shifts in the lodge's acoustic texture. That suggested engagement, the kind of subtle communication that develops between longtime companions, a shared language of sighs and settling timbre of footsteps and opening doors. During my 6th week, the snow deepened and the road became impassable. The Hicks moved down to the valley for the winter, leaving me truly alone on the mountain. Their departure felt like liberation, no more concerned visits, no more questions about my well-being or strange observations about sounds and shadows. Just me and the lodge and its gentle, persistent inhabitants. I had begun setting out small offerings, crackers on the nursery floor, cups of water beside the mantelpiece. These would be empty by morning, though I never witnessed their consumption. The gesture felt appropriate, acknowledgement of shared space and mutual consideration. The puddles had evolved into elaborate patterns, spirals and figure 8s, sometimes geometric designs that suggested a sophisticated intelligence at work. I documented these with sketches, building a catalog of communications I couldn't quite decipher but felt compelled to preserve. The toy car had been joined by other objects. A wooden block that rocked gently on the hearth, a paper airplane that circled the main room's perimeter without any detectable air current, small bells that chimed at precise intervals throughout the night. Each manifestation felt like a gift, evidence of growing trust between the lodge's various occupants. I was no longer certain who was caring for whom. My reflection in the dark windows had grown gaunt and wild-haired, but my eyes held a contentment I hadn't seen in years. The city's constant noise and artificial urgency felt like memories from someone else's life. Here time moved according to natural rhythms. The cycle of snow and melting the toys scheduled the gentle migration of puddles from room to room. Spring would come eventually, bringing road crews and the return of civilization. The property management company would send inspectors, neighbors would resume their visits and questions would be asked about my fitness for continued employment. But for now, in the deep quiet of a mountain winter, I swept each morning's puddles with something approaching joy, listened each night to the car's cheerful worrying, and spoke to the empty air with the confidence of someone who knew he wasn't truly alone. The silence in the mountains had teeth, yes, but it had also learned to smile. Story 8. The funeral parlor's lees still clung to my clothes when I settled into grandmother's sewing room that first night. The scent followed me like guilty conscience, sweet and cloying, mixing with the mustier smell of old fabric and machine oil that had lived in these walls for decades. I couldn't bear the thought of sleeping in my childhood bedroom. Too many memories crowding the small space. So I dragged a mattress into the corner where her cutting table used to stand. The room felt different, without her presence filling it, smaller somehow, as if the walls had crept inward. During the 3 days of viewing and service, her ancient singer sat in its usual spot beneath the window, a hulking black monument to 60 years of hemming dresses and mending tears. Moonlight caught the chrome wheel, making it gleam like a watching eye. I should have sold the house immediately, should have packed her things and donated them to charity, like my sister suggested. But something kept me there in that cramped sewing room, surrounded by half-finished projects and patterns cut from newspaper, feeling like an intruder in a sacred space. The first night passed without incident. I slept poorly, tossing on the thin mattress, jolted awake by every settling board and shifting shadow. The house groaned around me like an old woman's bones, unfamiliar sounds in familiar spaces. By morning I convinced myself that staying here was therapeutic, a way to process grief, to feel close to her memory. The second night brought the dreams. I found myself standing at the window, watching her bend form at the sewing machine, her gnarled fingers guiding fabric through the mechanism with practiced precision. The steady rhythm of the needle punctured the silence. "Thou THCK," she hummed while she worked. That old lullaby she used to sing when I was small, the one about the sailor who sailed too far from shore and lost his way home. When I woke, the tune was still playing in my head and my feet were cold against the hardwood floor. I was standing at the window in my underwear, staring down at the empty chair where the singer waited in the darkness. The third night I couldn't sleep at all. I lay on the mattress with my eyes closed, listening to the house settle. When the first sound reached me, a soft click, like someone testing a light switch. Then another and another, my eyes opened to find the sewing machine pedal moving up and down in the moonlight, depressing and releasing in a slow, deliberate rhythm. My breath caught in my throat. The pedal continued its measured dance, but the machine remained silent. No whir of the motor, no pierce of needle through fabric, just a gentle click, click, click of metal against metal, like fingernails tapping against glass. I told myself it was the house settling, that old buildings play tricks with sound and shadow. But even as I formed the rationalization, I knew it felt wrong. The movement was too regular, too purposeful. I sat up slowly, my heart hammering against my ribs. The pedal stopped. The sudden silence felt heavier than the sound had been. I strained my ears, listening for any sign of movement, but heard only my own ragged breathing and the distant hum of the refrigerator downstairs. After what felt like hours, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all, grief manifesting in strange ways, my mind creating patterns where none existed. I was almost asleep when it started again. This time the motor hummed to life. The needle began to move, piercing down through empty air, the presser foot holding nothing but shadow. But the machine ran as if it were guiding fabric, the motor's pitch rising and falling with the complex rhythm of actual sewing. I watched, frozen as the needle danced its invisible choreography, stitching air with practiced precision. The lullaby began softly, barely audible. Over the machines were not humming. Actual words sung in my grandmother's voice, drifting from somewhere. I couldn't identify the sailor's song about waters dark and deep, about losing your way and never finding home again. The melody wrapped around the sewing machine's rhythm, two familiar sounds braided together into something alien and wrong. I wanted to move, to flip on the lights or call out, but my muscles had turned to stone. I lay there watching the needle-stitch emptiness while my grandmother's voice sang about drowning in black water, and some primitive part of my brain whispered that if I moved, if I acknowledged what I was seeing, I might break something fundamental about the way the world worked. The song ended with the same abruptness as the pedal had stopped the night before the machine fell silent. The needle hung suspended in mid-stroke, casting a thin shadow across the chair. But something had changed. Where there had been empty air beneath the presser foot, a piece of fabric now lay stretched across the machine's throat plate, pale material, almost translucent in the moonlight, marked with delicate stitching that seemed to shift and move. As I stared, I forced myself to sit up to swing my legs over the edge of the mattress. The floorboards were ice against my bare feet. As I approached the machine, the fabric looked like old silk, the kind my grandmother had used for special occasions, but I could see through it to the metal beneath. Words were embroidered across its surface in tiny, precise stitches. The same words from the lullaby spelled out in thread that seemed to glow with its own faint light. My hand shook as I reached for the material. It felt real enough beneath my fingers, cool and smooth. But when I lifted it from the machine, it seemed to weigh nothing at all. I carried it to the window where the moonlight was strongest, holding it up to examine the stitching. The words weren't quite right. They were the lullaby lyrics, but changed, twisted into something darker. Where the original spoke of sailors finding their way home, these verses spoke of anchors dragging through mud, of nets full of secrets, of voices calling from beneath the waves, and at the bottom, in stitches so small I had to squint to read them, was an address. I recognized the street name, a quiet residential area on the north side of town, maybe 20 minutes drive from here, but I couldn't place the specific address, couldn't remember ever visiting that particular block. The fabric began to warm in my hands, and for a moment I could swear. I felt something moving beneath the surface like small fish swimming through silk. I dropped it, watching it flutter to the floor where it lay, innocuous and still, just an old piece of material with some embroidery. By morning it was gone. I searched every corner of the room, moved furniture, checked beneath the machine and inside all the drawers. Nothing, I might have convinced myself. I'd dreamed the entire episode, if not for the address burned into my memory, 1247 Sycamore Lane. I spent the day researching the street, using online maps to examine the neighborhood. It was exactly the kind of place my grandmother might have known. Modest houses built in the 40s and 50s, the sort of area where seamstresses and shop clerks raised their families. But nothing about 1247 looked familiar. The house was small and white, with blue shutters, a narrow driveway, and a garden that had been allowed to grow wild. The property record showed it belonged to a man named Harold Given, aged 73, who'd lived there for nearly 40 years. The name meant nothing to me. I'd never heard my grandmother mention anyone called Harold, and I couldn't find any connection between them in her address book or among her papers. But that night, lying on the mattress in the sewing room, I found myself thinking about him. What kind of man was Harold Given? Why had my grandmother's spectral needle stitched his address into impossible fabric? And what did it have to do with the changed lyrics of her lullaby, the verses about secrets dragged up from deep water? Sleep came fitfully, and with it more dreams. I stood again at the window, but this time I wasn't alone. My grandmother sat at the machine, her back to me, working with fierce concentration. The fabric flowing through her hands was dark, now midnight blue, like deep water. And as she sewed, I could hear voices murmuring from its folds. Conversation too low to understand, but urgent, insistent. She paused in her work and turned to look at me, and I saw that her eyes were the flat black of a shark's, reflecting nothing. When she smiled, her teeth were sharp as needles. I woke with the taste of salt water in my mouth. The fourth night, I didn't wait for midnight. I sat in the chair across from the singer, fully dressed, with every light in the room blazing. If something was going to happen, I wanted to see it clearly, to understand what my mind was doing to itself in this place, thick with memory and loss. The brightness helped. At first, the room looked normal under the overhead bulb, just an old sewing room with accumulated clutter and the lingering smell of my grandmother's lavender soap. The machine was simply a machine, metal and wood and leather, designed for the purely practical purpose of joining pieces of cloth. But as the hours passed, the light began to feel harsh. Unnatural shadows gathered in corners despite the illumination, and the white walls took on a sickly yellow cast. My eyes watered from the glare, but I refused to dim it. At 11:47, the bulb began to flicker. Just a subtle strobe, at first barely noticeable, but growing more pronounced as the minutes ticked toward midnight. The shadows danced, with each fluctuation advancing and retreating like tidewater. I reached for the switch, planning to turn the light off and on again, but my hand froze as the machine began to hum. Not the motor, this time something deeper, more fundamental. The entire machine vibrated with a sound I felt in my bones, a resonance that seemed to come from the iron itself. The needle began to move without the motor running, driven by some force I couldn't see or understand. And then the fabric appeared, not gradually, not piece by piece, but all at once, as if it had always been there and I simply hadn't been looking in the right way. It was the same translucent material as before, but larger now, spread across the entire work surface. The needle danced across it, creating patterns too complex for any human seamstress, stitching with inhuman speed and precision. The embroidered text flowed like water across the fabric's surface, words appearing and changing as I watched. They told a story I didn't want to read, about a young woman who trusted too easily, who gave her secrets to someone who promised to keep them safe. About diaries filled with shame and regret, with confessions that should have died with their author. About Harold Given, who had collected such secrets for decades, who kept them in his basement like pressed flowers, taking them out to read when he wanted to feel powerful. My grandmother's voice rose from the fabric itself, not singing now, but speaking, telling me things I'd never known about her life, about the choices she'd made when she was young and desperate, and far from home, about the man who'd promised to help her, who demanded payment in the form of her most private thoughts, written in her own hand and signed with her real name. The needle stitched faster now, creating not words but maps, detailed layouts of Harold Given, house floor plans showing every room, every hiding place, and in the basement, marked with special care, was a room full of filing cabinets, each drawer labeled with a woman's name. The machine stopped abruptly. Needle frozen mid-stitch. The fabric shimmered once and was gone, leaving only the lingering smell of ozone and something else, something like crave dirt mixed with ink. But this time I remembered everything. I found myself standing outside 1247 Sycamore Lane at 3 o'clock in the morning, with no memory of driving there. My car was parked crookedly at the curb, keys still in my hand, engine ticking as it cooled. The house looked exactly as it had in the online photos, down to the overgrown garden and peeling paint on the shutters. I approached slowly, my feet, somehow knowing the path, despite having never walked it before the front door was unlocked. Inside, the house smelled of old newspapers and loneliness, but underneath that was the familiar scent of my grandmother's lavender soap. I found Harold Given in his kitchen, slumped over a cup of coffee that had long since gone cold. He was an ordinary-looking man, thin and gray, with soft hands and gentle eyes that might have belonged to someone's favorite uncle. On the table before him lay an open diary, the pages yellow with age, filled with my grandmother's careful handwriting. He looked up as I entered and his face showed no surprise, only a kind of tired resignation. "I've been waiting for you," he said quietly. "I wondered when someone would come." We talked for an hour sitting in that dim kitchen while the clock on the wall marked time with its steady tick. He told me about the collection downstairs, about the women who trusted him over the years, who'd given him their secrets in exchange for promises he'd never intended to keep. He spoke of it like a hobby, collecting confessions, the way other men collected stamps or coins. He offered to show me the basement to let me take my grandmother's diaries and leave in peace. But as we stood to go downstairs, I caught sight of my reflection in the kitchen window and my blood turned to ice water. The person looking back at me had my grandmother's black eyes, flat and reflecting nothing. And when I smiled, my teeth were sharp as needles. I'm writing this from the sewing room where I've returned with my grandmother's diary, safely in my possession. Harold Given is fine. I left him sleeping peacefully in his chair with no memory of our conversation. At least I think I did. The details grow hazier as the sun rises, like dreams dissolving in daylight. The diaries are real enough, stacked neatly on the cutting table where they catch the morning light. I could open them, read the secrets she thought were lost forever, understand the shame she carried for so many years. But something tells me that's not why she led me to them. The singer sits quiet now, needle still pedal, resting against the floor. But sometimes, when the light hits it just right, I can see the faint outline of translucent fabric stretched across its throat plate, waiting for the next midnight to arrive. I should leave this house. I should take the diaries and drive away and never look back. But my feet feel rooted to this room, to the chair where she spent so many hours creating beauty from scraps, and I find myself wondering what other addresses might be stitched into impossible fabric. What other secrets need to be collected and brought home? Tonight I'll sit by the machine and wait if the needle starts to dance again. If new fabric appears beneath its point, I'll be ready to read whatever message my grandmother wants to send, because I'm beginning to understand that some patterns, once started, must be finished, no matter how dark the thread or how painful the final design. The sailor in her lullaby never did find his way home. But sometimes, if you listen carefully to the wind off the water, you can still hear him singing about the treasures he's found in the deep, about the secrets that sink to the bottom and the hands that reach down to pull them back to light. I think I know that song now. I think I'm learning to sing it too. Story 9. The growl came at 3:17 a.m., low and resonant, emanating from somewhere beneath the stairs. As I stood in my kitchen with a half-eaten sandwich in my hand, the sound rolled through the floorboards like distant thunder. But thunder doesn't carry that particular note of hunger, that organic quality that makes your spine contract involuntarily. I'd been living in the house for 8 months, inherited from an uncle I barely remembered. The place was a study in 1940s architecture, all sharp angles and utilitarian design, with hardwood floors that creaked stories I didn't want to hear and walls that seemed to absorb sound rather than reflect it. The space under the stairs had always been there, of course, a triangular void that should have housed a coat closet or storage area. Instead, it was sealed off by a wall that didn't quite match the rest of the house, newer wood, different grain pattern, hastily installed. The growl came again, longer this time, and I found myself moving toward the hallway, despite every rational thought screaming at me to go back to bed. The hardwood was cold against my bare feet, and each step seemed to echo longer than it should. In the narrow corridor, my hand found the light switch by muscle memory, but the familiar click produced nothing but darkness. The bulb had been working fine. Earlier that evening I tried the switch again, flicking it up and down with increasing urgency. Nothing. The darkness felt thick, almost viscous, pressing against my skin like warm oil. Somewhere in that black space something shifted, not a sound exactly, but a displacement of air that made the hair on my arm stand at attention. When I retreated to the kitchen to grab a flashlight, my bare shoulder brushed against the hallway wall, and I could have sworn I felt warmth radiating through the drywall. Not the comfortable warmth of a heated home, but body heat, as if something large and alive was pressed against the other side. The next morning brought bright October sunlight and the comfortable rationality that daylight provides. I replaced the hallway bulb and examined the wall that sealed off the space beneath the stairs. Up close, in proper light, I could see what I'd missed before, faint etchings carved into the wood. Not random scratches, but deliberate symbols, circles intersected by jagged lines, geometric patterns that hurt to look at directly, as if they were designed to confuse the eye rather than communicate meaning. I ran my fingers over the carvings, feeling their precise depth and sharp edges. They'd been made with tools, not claws, though something about their organic curves suggested they'd been carved by someone in a state of profound urgency or distress. The wood around them was dark or stained with something that might have been oil or blood or something else entirely. My research into the house's history revealed that the space had been sealed in 1952 by the previous owner, Harold Brennan. The city records were vague about the reason, mentioning only structural modifications and safety concerns. Brennan had lived in the house for another 3 years before selling it to my uncle, who'd apparently never bothered to investigate what lay behind the wall. The growling returned the second night, starting around 2 a.m. and continuing intermittently until dawn. This time I was ready with a flashlight. But when I approached the hallway, the beam seemed to dim, as if the darkness were actively resisting illumination. The sound was definitely coming from behind the wall. Not pipes or settling wood, but something organic and intentional, something that paused when I held my breath, as if it were listening for me as intently as I was listening for it. By the fourth night, the pattern was established. The sounds would begin sometime after midnight and continue until sunrise, varying in intensity but never stopping completely. I started sleeping with earplugs, but the vibrations traveled through the floor and into my bones. Even when I couldn't hear the growling, I could feel it, a low-frequency rumble that made my teeth ache and filled my dreams with images of endless tunnels and eyes that reflected no light. The photographs started falling. On the sixth night, I kept family pictures arranged on a shelf in the living room. Nothing elaborate, just a few frames containing the usual collection of holidays and birthdays and graduations. I'd heard the first one hit the floor from my bedroom, a sharp crack of breaking glass that brought me downstairs in a rush of adrenaline and concern. The frame lay shattered on the hardwood, but the photograph itself was intact, except for 3 parallel lines that ran diagonally across the image, not cuts made by falling glass, but tears that seemed to originate from within the photo itself. The paper was undamaged around the tears, as if something had reached through from behind the image and clawed its way toward the surface. Over the following nights, more pictures fell, always during the hours when the growling was most intense, always landing face down with those same distinctive tears. I moved the remaining photographs to my bedroom, but it made no difference. They fell anyway, somehow traveling the distance between rooms to land in the hallway outside my door, each one marked with those impossible scratches. I stopped replacing the hallway light bulb after the third one burned out. The darkness had become a presence unto itself, something that seemed to watch and wait and judge. When I walked through the hallway during the day, I could feel attention following my movement, not malevolent exactly, but intensely curious, as if something were studying my behavior and finding it wanting. The smell started during the second week. A thick organic odor that seemed to seep through the sealed wall, not decay exactly, but something alive and warm and utterly foreign. It was strongest near the floor, as if whatever was producing it was pressed against the ground on the other side of the barrier. Sometimes I thought I could hear breathing beneath the growling, slow and deliberate inhalations that seemed to last far longer than any living thing should require. My sleep became fragmented, filled with dreams of being observed from impossible angles and distances. I would wake to find my sheets damp with sweat and my heart hammering against my ribs, but the dreams themselves would slip away like smoke, leaving only the impression of vast spaces and patient hunger. During daylight hours, I found myself avoiding the hallway entirely, taking the long route through the kitchen and living room to reach the stairs. The wall seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, and I began to imagine I could see the wood bulging outward slightly, as if something large were pressing against it from the inside. I called in a contractor to examine the structural integrity of the wall, claiming concern about water damage. He spent 20 minutes tapping and measuring and declared everything sound, but I noticed he kept glancing at the carved symbols and seemed eager to leave. When I asked about the markings, he shrugged and said they looked like protection wards, the kind of thing people carved during the war years when everyone was scared of something. Protection from what, I asked. He packed his tools more quickly than necessary and avoided eye contact. When he answered, "Depends who you ask. Some folks say they're meant to keep things out. Others say they're meant to keep things in. The growling reached a crescendo during the third week, becoming almost constant and taking on new variations, sometimes higher pitched, sometimes dropping to frequencies. I felt more than heard. The sound had layers. Now as if multiple voices were participating in some kind of primordial chorus. I began to distinguish individual tones within the collective noise patterns that suggested communication rather than mere animal expression. My rational mind insisted on practical explanations. Old houses settled in complex ways and pipes could create extraordinary sounds. Under the right conditions, the photographs could be falling due to minor vibrations traveling through the walls, and the tears might be the result of poor quality photo paper reacting to humidity changes. Even the smell could be explained by decomposing insulation or dead rodents trapped in the walls. But rational explanations couldn't account for the dreams that had begun bleeding into my waking hours, visions of vast underground chambers and things that moved just beyond the edge of perception. They couldn't explain why it started finding dirt under my fingernails despite never working in the garden, or why my reflection in the bathroom mirror sometimes seemed to lag slightly behind my movements. The wall began to show physical changes during the fourth week. The wood around the carved symbols had darkened further and hairline cracks were appearing in the paint. When I pressed my ear against the surface, I could hear movement on the other side, not the random scuttling of rodents, but deliberate positioning as if something were arranging itself for maximum comfort in a confined space. I purchased recording equipment and set it up in the hallway, hoping to capture evidence of whatever was causing the sounds. The digital files revealed nothing but static and interference, as if the electronic devices were being actively disrupted by some kind of field. The interference had patterns, though rhythmic pulses that matched the cadence of the growling I heard. Each night, my work began to suffer as exhaustion accumulated like sediment in my bones. Simple tasks required enormous effort, and I found myself staring at blank computer screens for hours at a time, my thoughts circling endlessly around the mystery. Beneath my stares, colleagues commented on my appearance, and I caught myself avoiding mirrors to escape the hollow-eyed stranger who had replaced my familiar reflection. The breakthrough came when I discovered Harold Brennan's journal in a box of documents left in the basement. His handwriting deteriorated over the course of the entries, starting neat and controlled and gradually becoming erratic and desperate. The early pages described normal household concerns, leaky faucets and squeaky doors, and neighborhood gossip. But as the entries progressed, Brennan's focus shifted to increasingly strange observations about the house itself. He wrote about sounds in the walls and dreams that felt more real than waking life. He described finding evidence of previous occupants who had never lived in the house, personal belongings that didn't belong to anyone he knew, photographs of people he'd never seen. Most disturbing were his accounts of the space beneath the stairs, which he claimed had originally been open when he moved in. According to Brennan's journal, the triangular area had housed something he refused to describe directly, referring to it only as the presence that waits. His entries became increasingly frantic as he detailed his attempts to communicate with whatever inhabited the space, followed by his growing conviction that communication was not only possible but actively dangerous. The final entry, dated 3 days before the city record showed the wall being installed, consisted of a single sentence repeated dozens of times. Some doors should never be opened, but some things should never be freed. I closed the journal with hands that trembled. Despite my attempts at self-control, the rational part of my mind insisted that Brennan had simply been a disturbed man whose delusions had infected his writing. But the evidence was becoming impossible to ignore. The sounds, the smells, the physical changes to the wall. Something was happening in my house that defied conventional explanation. That night the growling stopped entirely. The silence was somehow worse than the noise had been. I lay in bed listening to nothing, waiting for the familiar rumble that had become my reluctant companion over the past month. But the house remained quiet, filled only with the usual creaks and sighs of settling wood and shifting foundation. When morning came, I discovered that the wall beneath the stairs had changed again. The cracks in the paint had widened, revealing glimpses of the wood beneath, and the carved symbols seemed deeper and more pronounced. But most unsettling was the realization that the wall itself appeared to be bowing outward, as if tremendous pressure were being applied from the other side. I spent the day researching the previous owners, tracing the house's history back through decades of city records and newspaper archives. The pattern that emerged was disturbing in its consistency. Every family that had lived in the house had left suddenly and without explanation, usually after less than a year of residence. Many had left furniture and personal belongings behind as if they'd fled in the middle of the night. One newspaper article from 1947 mentioned a family named Morrison, who had claimed their house was haunted and had requested police intervention. The responding officers found no evidence of break-ins or vandalism, but noted that the family's children had been suffering from severe nightmares and that several neighbors had complained about strange sounds coming from the property. As darkness fell, I positioned myself in the hallway with a digital camera and voice recorder, determined to document whatever was responsible for the phenomena I'd been experiencing. The wall seemed to pulse gently in the dim light from my flashlight, and the air itself felt thick with anticipation. At 11:47 p.m. the wall began to crack, not the hairline fractures I'd observed before, but a genuine split in the wood that spread slowly downward from the ceiling like a deliberate incision. The sound it made was organic rather than mechanical, a wood-tearing noise that suggested flesh rather than lumber. Through the widening gap, I caught glimpses of something that might have been fur or scales, or something else entirely, something that shifted and moved in the darkness beyond. The smell that emerged was overwhelming, not decay, but something alive and ancient and profoundly alien. It filled my nostrils and throat with a thick cloying sweetness that made my stomach contract and my vision blur. Behind the scent came a sound that wasn't quite breathing and wasn't quite speech, a rhythmic exhalation that seemed to form almost words in a language I'd never heard but somehow understood. My camera clicked automatically as my fingers spasmed against the shutter button, but when I looked at the display, the images showed only darkness. The crack in the wall was invisible to the electronic sensor, as if whatever was happening existed in a frequency my equipment couldn't detect. The voice recorder's LED continued blinking, but when I played back the file, it contained only my own labored breathing and the sound of my heart hammering against my ribs. The presence beyond the wall had made no sound the devices could capture, despite the fact that I could clearly hear its alien whispers growing stronger and more insistent with each passing moment. As I watched, frozen by a mixture of terror and fascination, something pressed against the crack from the inside, not a limb exactly, but a protrusion that seemed to be testing the boundaries of its confinement. The wood groaned under the pressure, and I realized with crystalline clarity that the barrier Brennan had constructed was beginning to fail. Whatever had been waiting in the darkness for 70 years was almost free. I backed away from the wall, my flashlight beam wavering as my hands shook. The crack continued to widen, revealing glimpses of movement in the space beyond, shapes that defied easy categorization, forms that seemed to shift between familiar and impossible. With each flicker of my failing light, the whispers grew louder, resolving into something that might have been my name, spoken in a voice that echoed from impossible depths. Not a summoning exactly, but an acknowledgement, recognition that I had finally seen and understood what lay hidden beneath my ordinary suburban home. As I reached the kitchen, I turned back for one final look at the hallway. The crack had spread across the entire width of the wall, and through the gap I could see what might have been eyes reflecting the dim light from my flashlight, multiple pairs arranged in patterns that hurt to contemplate, watching me with patient intelligence and something that might have been gratitude. I left the house that night with nothing but the clothes I was wearing and Harold Brennan's journal clutched against my chest. I never returned to collect my belongings or close the property properly. Some things I realized are meant to remain undisturbed, and some boundaries should never be crossed. But sometimes in the early hours of morning, when the world is quiet and dark, I wonder if I truly escaped at all. The dreams have followed me to my new apartment, filled with images of vast spaces and patient things that wait in darkness. And when I look in mirrors now, my reflection sometimes seems to lag just slightly behind my movements, as if something else is learning to mimic my gestures and expressions, The rational explanations I once clung to feel increasingly hollow with each passing day. Perhaps Harold Brennan wasn't disturbed at all. Perhaps he was simply the first to understand that some presences are too ancient and too patient to be contained by simple walls and good intentions. And perhaps the thing beneath the stairs was never truly trapped. Perhaps it was simply waiting for the right person to acknowledge its existence and set it free to spread into the wider world. One dreamer at a time. I still hear the growling, sometimes late at night when the city is quiet. But now it seems to be coming from inside my own walls, and the sound is growing stronger. Story 10. The realtor had mentioned the previous tenant only in passing, something about a tragedy, a woman who'd struggled with addiction. I hadn't pressed for details. In a city where affordable apartments vanish within hours of listing, you don't ask too many questions about why the rent seems reasonable. The apartment sat on the 4th floor of a brick building that had seen better decades pre-war construction, the kind with thick walls that should have muffled sound but somehow seemed to amplify it. Instead, the hallway smelled of old wood, polish, and something else, something sweet and cloying that reminded me of overripe fruit. I needed the move. The night shift at the factory paid better than day work, and the overtime was keeping me afloat. After the divorce, Sarah had taken most of our shared life with her, leaving me with a duffel bag of clothes and a checking account that barely covered first month's rent. This place would do. It had to. The apartment came furnished, which explained the reasonable price. Most of the furniture looked tired but functional: a brown leather couch with worn armrests, a kitchen table with cigarette burns along one edge, a bed that sagged in the middle but held my weight. The landlord had mentioned that the previous tenant's belongings had been cleared out, but traces remained: a coffee mug in the back of one cabinet, a tube of lipstick rolling around in a bathroom drawer, small ghosts of someone else's life. The nursery door stood at the end of the hallway, painted white, like the others, but somehow different. During my walkthrough, the landlord had mentioned it was locked. Renovations pending, he'd said. The paint around the door frame looked fresh, and I could smell primer underneath the latex. Someone had been in a hurry to seal it up. I worked the 3 to 11 shift, which meant getting home around midnight and trying to wind down enough to sleep by 2. The apartment's silence felt different at night, heavier, somehow not empty, never quite empty. It was the kind of silence that made you strain your ears, waiting for something to break it. The first time I heard the sound, I convinced myself it was the upstairs neighbors. A soft thud from the kitchen, like something lightweight, hitting the floor. I was drifting between sleep and wakefulness. When it came 3:13 a.m., according to the digital clock that cast red numbers across the bedroom wall. Just that single sound. Then silence again. I lay there listening, but nothing followed. Old buildings make noise. I told myself, pipes settling, wood expanding and contracting with temperature changes. The explanation felt thin, but I held onto it anyway. The second night brought the same sound at the same time, 3:13 a.m. That soft thud from the kitchen. This time I got up to investigate, padding barefoot across the cold hardwood. The kitchen looked exactly as I'd left it: empty counters, clean sink, no sign of disturbance. I checked the cabinets, thinking maybe something had shifted and fallen, but everything sat securely in place. Back in bed, I stared at the ceiling and listened to my own heartbeat. The apartment felt different now, as if the sound had awakened something that preferred to remain dormant. I found myself straining to hear beyond the walls, into spaces I couldn't see. By the 4th night, I was anticipating it. I lay in bed watching the clock crawl toward 3:13. My body tense with expectation. When the sound came, that same soft thud unmistakably from the kitchen, I was already moving. I reached the kitchen faster, this time flicking on the overhead light, before whatever had made the noise could vanish. The kitchen looked normal, except for one detail that made my skin crawl. On the floor, near the sink, lay a small piece of clear glass, no bigger than a marble. It caught the light like a dewdrop, perfectly round and smooth. I picked it up, feeling its weight heavier than it looked cold against my palm. I searched every cabinet, every surface, trying to find where it might have come from. No broken glasses, no missing pieces from anything visible. The fragments seemed to have materialized from nothing, as if the sound itself had taken physical form. I dropped it in the trash and went back to bed. But sleep wouldn't come. Every small noise made me jolt. The refrigerators hum, the building settling creaks, the distant sound of traffic. I found myself listening for footsteps that never came, for voices that remained forever silent. The next morning I emptied the trash as part of my usual routine. The glass was gone in its place. Scattered throughout the garbage were dozens of tiny fragments, sharp glittering pieces that looked like ground crystal. They covered everything in the bag, from coffee grounds to yesterday's newspaper, as if something had taken that single smooth piece and methodically shattered it into dust. I stood there holding the garbage bag, watching light fracture through those countless fragments, and felt something cold settle in my chest. Glass doesn't break itself. Glass doesn't multiply overnight. Glass doesn't transform from smooth to shattered without force being applied. But there it was, sparkling in my hands like malicious glitter. I told myself it was a coincidence. Maybe I'd missed seeing the fragments the night before. Maybe the original piece had already been broken and I'd simply grabbed the largest piece. The explanation felt hollow, but I clung to it the way you cling to a life preserver in rough water, not because it's reliable, but because it's all you have. The pattern established itself over the following weeks. Every night at 3:13, that soft thud from the kitchen. Every night I'd find a single piece of glass on the floor. Every morning, the trash would contain fragments more. Each time, as if whatever process was occurring was gaining momentum, I started staying awake, positioning myself in the living room with a clear view of the kitchen. But the sound never came while I was watching. It only occurred while I was in bed, while I was vulnerable and half asleep. It was as if something was waiting for those moments when my guard was down. When the boundary between waking and dreaming grew thin, sleep became elusive. I'd lie in bed dreading 313, knowing what would come, but unable to prevent it. The anticipation was worse than the event itself, that slow crawl of minutes on the digital clock, each one bringing me closer to a sound that shouldn't exist. During the day I found myself examining the apartment with new eyes. I noticed things I'd missed before, faint scratches on the kitchen floor that could have been made by something being dragged, a water stain on the ceiling above the sink that resembled the outline of a small hand paint that looked slightly different around the baseboards, as if someone had tried to cover something up. I called the landlord about the nursery door, asking if he had keys to it. He seemed confused by the question, insisting that no such room existed. According to him, the apartment was a standard two-bedroom layout, living room, kitchen, master bedroom, and a smaller room I was using as storage. When I described the white door at the end of the hallway, he went silent for a long moment before suggesting I might be thinking of a closet. But I stood in front of that door every day. It had a handle, hinges, a frame. It was solid wood painted white, with a lock that had been painted over. Closets don't have locks. Closets don't have door frames thick enough to suggest a room beyond. I tried the handle once just to confirm it was locked. It turned easily, but the door wouldn't budge. Something beyond the lock was keeping it closed, something that felt heavier and more permanent than metal mechanisms. The fragments in the trash began to take on patterns. Instead of random scatter, they seemed to form shapes, sometimes resembling letters, sometimes like tiny constellations. I found myself studying them each morning, trying to decode meaning from chaos, but the harder I looked, the more random they became, as if meaning itself was fleeing from observation. My work performance began to suffer. The night shift required attention to detail, but I was operating on fragmented sleep and fraying nerves. My supervisor called me into his office after I'd made several errors on production reports, asking if everything was okay at home. I wanted to tell him about the glass, about the sounds, about the door that officially didn't exist. Instead, I blamed stress from the divorce and promised to do better. But home wasn't a refuge anymore. It was a puzzle box with pieces that rearranged themselves. When I wasn't looking, the apartment felt like it was holding its breath, waiting for something I couldn't identify. I started researching the building's history, spending my days off at the public library, diving into newspaper archives and city records. The building had been constructed in 1923, had housed dozens of families. Over the decades there were the usual urban incidents: a kitchen fire in 1967, a break-in during the 80s, complaints about noise and maintenance, nothing that explained the peculiar atmosphere of my specific unit. The breakthrough came when I found a brief mention in a community newsletter from 8 months earlier, a human interest piece about neighbors helping neighbors, featuring a woman named Elena Vasquez, who'd struggled with addiction but was trying to turn her life around. The article mentioned her address, my address, and included a photo of her holding what the caption described as her most precious possession. In the grainy black and white image, Helena stood in what I recognized as my kitchen, smiling tentatively at the camera. She looked young, maybe mid-20s, with dark circles under her eyes that spoke of harder times. In her arms she cradled a small bundle that the article identified, but that the photo kept partially obscured by angle and shadows. The article mentioned that Elena had been clean for 3 months and was working toward reuniting with her family. It painted a picture of hope, of someone clawing their way back from the edge. There was no follow-up article, no mention of what had happened next. That night I found myself standing outside the nursery door at 3:10 a.m. I hadn't planned it. I'd gone to bed as usual, but something had drawn me from sleep. Not the sound this time, but something else, a pull like gravity tugging at my bones. The hallway felt different at this hour, longer, somehow, with shadows that seemed to breathe. The air tasted metallic the way it does before a thunderstorm. 313 arrived with its usual punctuality. But instead of the familiar thud from the kitchen, I heard something else, a soft creaking from the door in front of me. The painted wood seemed to expand and contract, as if the room beyond was breathing. The handle turned slowly, just a few degrees, then stopped. I reached out without thinking, my hand moving toward the handle, as if controlled by someone else's will. The metal felt warm under my palm, warmer than it should have been. For a moment, I thought I heard something from the other side, not a voice exactly, but something that might have been trying to form words. The door opened. An inch cool air flowed out, carrying a scent I couldn't identify, not unpleasant exactly, but foreign, like flowers that bloomed in a place where flowers shouldn't grow. The darkness beyond the crack was absolute, deeper than the normal absence of light. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been burned. The door swung shut with a soft click that echoed through the hallway. When I tried the handle again, it was locked, solid, immovable as ever. I returned to bed but didn't sleep. I lay there thinking about Elena, about the bundle in her arms, about the hope in her eyes that the article had captured somewhere in this apartment. Her story had ended, and somehow, impossibly, it was still ending over and over again at 3:13 every morning. The glass fragments stopped appearing after that night. The kitchen remained undisturbed, the trash stayed normal, but the nursery door continued its subtle movements. Always when I was alone, always when the boundary between day and night grew thin, I began to understand that some tragedies don't end when they're supposed to. They echo through time and space, finding new vessels for their unfinished business. The apartment wasn't haunted in any traditional sense, it was stuck like a record, with a skip playing the same moment over and over again. Elena's story hadn't found its ending yet, and somehow I'd become part of its telling. The door still calls to me. Some nights I hear it creaking, inviting me to step through and discover what Elena was trying so desperately to protect. But I don't open it. Some stories are too heavy for the living to carry, some endings too sharp to witness. I still live here. The rent is still reasonable and moving would require an energy I no longer possess. Besides, I've come to understand that you can't run from certain kinds of truth. They follow you, waiting patiently for 3:13 a.m. to roll around again. The glass doesn't appear anymore, but sometimes I find other things in the morning, a small sock in the bathroom sink, a pacifier behind the refrigerator, objects that shouldn't exist but do. Evidence of a love that refuses to be forgotten. I've stopped questioning whether it's real or whether I'm losing my mind. The distinction doesn't matter anymore. What matters is that Elena is still here, still trying to hold on to something that was taken too soon, and I'm the only witness to her endless vigil. Some nights, when the door cracks open just a crack, I whisper to the darkness beyond it. I tell Elena that I see her, that her love isn't forgotten. I don't know if she hears me, but the air feels a little lighter afterward, as if some small portion of her burden has been shared. The apartment keeps its secrets and I keep mine. We exist in a careful balance, the living and the lingering, sharing space, without ever truly occupying the same moment. But every night at 3:13, I listen for the sound of love refusing to let go, and every night it comes story 11. The loft came with a history I should have questioned. When the landlord handed me the keys, both of them original and spare, his fingers lingered on the metal longer than necessary. As if reluctant to let go, the building hunched between two glass towers like a wounded animal, its brick facade stained with decades of rain and exhaust. 5 floors of my new home waited 300 square feet of exposed pipes and questionable electrical work, but it was mine for the 6 months I needed to finish my thesis. The old wood-burning stove dominated the far wall like a cast-iron monument to some forgotten era. The landlord had mentioned it during our walk-through, his voice carrying an odd reverence, sealed. Since the renovation, he'd said building codes, but the brass fittings still gleamed. And when I pressed my palm against the oven door, the metal felt warm, despite the autumn chill seeping through the windows. I hung the spare key on the first day, threading it onto a simple metal hook screwed into the door frame. The key caught the afternoon light filtering through the grimy windows, casting a small shadow that danced across the wall. Such an ordinary thing. Brushed steel with teeth worn smooth by countless hands. I remember thinking it looked lonely hanging there by itself. The routine settled in quickly: coffee before dawn, research until my eyes burned, takeout containers stacking up like paper monuments. To my procrastination, the loft felt smaller each day, the walls seeming to contract. In my peripheral vision, I attributed this to stress, to the mounting pressure of deadlines and the weight of academic expectations pressing down like a physical force. 3 weeks and I was reorganizing my desk when I heard it. A single crystalline note, metal, striking metal, followed by the soft shiver of something settling. I turned toward the door, expecting to see the spare key swaying on its hook. Instead, I found empty air and a hook trembling with phantom motion. The key was gone. I knelt immediately, scanning the scarred hardwood floor, with the methodical precision of someone who'd spent too many late nights cataloging research. Nothing, not even a dust bunny to mark where it might have fallen. The walls offered no hiding places, no cracks wide enough to swallow a piece of metal that size. Yet the hook still vibrated with decreasing amplitude like a tuning fork struck by invisible hands. That night I dreamed of iron filings dancing on white paper drawn by some unseen magnet into patterns that almost made sense. I woke with the taste of copper coating my tongue and the strangest certainty that something in the loft had changed during the hours I'd been unconscious. The first incident happened. 2 days later, I was heating soup on the hot plate when I noticed my desk lamp's metal base had shifted several inches to the left, not toward the electrical outlet or away from it, just left, perpendicular to the wall, angled toward the sealed wood-burning stove. The lamp's cord stretched taut, and when I touched the base to realign it, the metal felt unnaturally warm. By the weekend, the pattern became undeniable. My coffee mug, the steel one with the university logo, migrated from the kitchen counter to the desk overnight, its handle pointing toward the stove like a compass needle seeking magnetic north. The metal reading lamp beside my bed rotated on its own axis during my afternoon nap, its beam creating a bright line that terminated at the brass fittings of the sealed oven door. Even my laptop, with its aluminum casing, seemed to inch across the desk when I wasn't looking directly at it. I began taking photographs documenting the positions of metallic objects throughout the day. The images revealed a disturbing consistency. Every piece of metal in the loft gradually oriented itself toward the stove, as if answering some call I couldn't hear. The progression was subtle but relentless, like watching plants turn toward sunlight in time-lapse photography. The building's other tenants proved useless when I attempted casual inquiries. Mrs. Chen on the 4th floor mentioned strange dreams since moving in, dreams of hammering and sparks, but dismissed them as stress from her divorce. The couple in 3B had lasted only 2 months before moving out, claiming the place gave them headaches. The landlord, when I finally reached him by phone, assured me that all metallic fixtures were properly installed and grounded. Yet the migration continued. I tried moving objects back to their original positions, anchoring them with tape and wooden blocks. Each morning brought fresh evidence of nocturnal movement. The desk lamp had somehow freed itself from 3 layers of duct tape. My keys, the remaining original, had worked loose from a weighted paperweight and now hung from a nail in the wall, pointing like an arrow toward the stove. The sound started in the 3rd week. At first just the settling noises of an old building, pipes, expanding floorboards, creaking, the whisper of wind through gaps in the window frames. But gradually I began to distinguish other frequencies, a low humming that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves, punctuated by soft metallic tings that had no obvious source. The sounds intensified at night, creating a symphony of minute mechanical movements that made sleep increasingly elusive. I consulted my thesis advisor about taking a brief leave of absence, citing stress and insomnia. Dr. Morrison listened with the patient expression of someone who'd shepherded dozens of graduate students through nervous breakdowns. He prescribed better sleep hygiene and suggested I might be spending too much time alone in my tiny space. His concern felt genuine, but when I tried to explain about the moving objects, I heard my own words through his ears and stopped mid-sentence. The rational explanations multiplied, like antibodies defending against infection. Micro-vibrations from the subway line could account for gradual object migration. The building's age meant settling foundations and shifting supports. My sleep deprivation was well documented, and stress could certainly manifest as perceptual distortions. I grasped at these possibilities with desperate gratitude, preferring mundane explanations to the alternative my mind kept suggesting. But the metallic migration accelerated. Items that had taken days to shift their orientations now moved in hours. I watched my coffee mug rotate 90 degrees while I stepped into the bathroom. The desk lamp's base dragged across the wood surface with an audible scraping, leaving scratches that formed a quarter-circle arc ending with the fixture aimed directly at the stove. Even my belt buckle, when I left it on the chair overnight, somehow maneuvered itself to point in that same direction. I began sleeping with my laptop open, its camera recording the room in night vision mode. The footage revealed my own restless movements, but nothing else, just furniture and belongings sitting motionless in the ghostly green glow. Yet each morning brought fresh evidence of migration, as if the objects waited for the camera to look away before continuing their inexorable journey toward the sealed wood-burning stove. The paranoia crept in like water, finding cracks in concrete. I started checking the door locks multiple times each night, convinced that someone was entering. While I slept and rearranging my possessions, I examined the windows for signs of forced entry, tested the walls for hidden panels or secret passages. The building's history became an obsession. I spent hours in the municipal archives searching for any record of unusual incidents or previous complaints. What I found was worse than nothing, a complete absence of information. The building had been constructed in 1892, renovated in 1956, and converted to apartments in 1981. No police reports, no insurance claims, no newspaper articles mentioning anything unusual. The void of documentation felt deliberate, scrubbed clean by invisible hands. Dr. Morrison scheduled an emergency appointment when I missed 3 consecutive thesis meetings. His office felt like a sanctuary, with its warm lighting and absence of metal fixtures. I found myself reluctant to leave, inventing questions about my research, just to delay the return to the loft. He recommended a colleague who specialized in stress-related disorders, speaking in the careful cadence of someone delivering difficult news. The breaking point arrived on a Thursday night in November. I'd been lying awake for hours listening to the building's nocturnal symphony of creaks and settlements when a new sound cut through the ambient noise, the distinctive whisper of metal sliding across metal. I lay motionless, tracking the sound's movement from the kitchen area toward the center of the room. Something was dragging itself across the floor with purposeful determination. When I finally gathered the courage to turn on the lights, I found my complete set of kitchen knives arranged in a perfect line across the hardwood, their blades pointing toward the stove like compass needles seeking true north. The magnetic knife strip on the wall hung empty, its powerful magnets, apparently unable to compete with whatever force was calling to the metal. I spent the remainder of the night sitting in the single wooden chair watching the knives for any sign of movement. They remained motionless until dawn, but I could feel the tension in the air like the moment before lightning strikes. Something was building toward a crescendo and I was helpless to prevent it. The next evening I woke to the smell of heated iron. The scent filled the loft like incense, metallic and sharp, carrying undertones of coal, smoke and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. My throat burned with each breath and my eyes watered as if exposed to chemical fumes. The temperature in the room had risen at least 10 degrees, turning my small space into a suffocating box. The old wood-burning stove radiated heat like a blast furnace. I approached it slowly, my bare feet registering the increasing warmth of the floorboards. The brass fittings gleamed with an inner light and the iron bodies seemed to pulse with contained energy. When I pressed my palm against the oven door, the metal burned like a brand, leaving a red outline on my skin that would take days to fade. Through the sealed door's small window, orange light flickered inside the oven. Impossibly. My spare key hung suspended in midair, glowing white-hot like a piece of fresh ironwork. But its shape had changed. The familiar teeth had melted and reformed into something that hurt to look at, directly angular and wrong. As if the metal had been guided by alien geometry. The key rotated slowly in the superheated air, casting dancing shadows on the oven's interior walls. As I watched, the transformed key settled into position, sliding smoothly into a lock that hadn't existed moments before. The mechanism engaged with a sound like breaking bones, and suddenly the heat vanished, leaving the stove cold and dark. I tried the oven door, but it wouldn't budge. The key had locked the mechanism from the inside, sealing away whatever had been calling to the metal objects in my loft. The other metallic items, the knives, the lamps, the coffee mug, all returned to their normal orientations, as if released from invisible chains. Dr. Morrison's colleague diagnosed me with acute stress reaction and prescribed medication that dulled the edges of memory. I moved out of the loft 3 days later, citing a family emergency, and finished my thesis from my parents' house in Ohio. The landlord didn't seem surprised by my sudden departure and returned my security deposit without argument. Sometimes, late at night, I still taste iron on my tongue and wonder what I really saw in that oven. The rational explanations feel thin, as tissue, paper, stress, sleep, deprivation, the power of suggestion. But the scar on my palm remains a perfect outline of a door handle that shouldn't have been hot. I've never owned another spare key. The building still stands between those glass towers, though I've heard it's been converted to luxury condos. Sometimes I imagine new residents hanging their keys on metal hooks, watching them disappear into impossibility. Sometimes I wonder if the oven door has been opened and what might have escaped if someone found the right shape of key. But mostly I try not to think about the way metal still seems to watch me, waiting for the right moment to remember which direction it should point. Story 12. The steam always knows I'm coming. I've worked the graveyard shift at the hospital for 3 months now, and every single night I return to my studio apartment in Copacabana. At exactly 3:10 a.m. the elevator groans its way to the 8th floor, my keys jingle in the lock and I step into the suffocating darkness of my cramped space. But it's never truly dark. There's always that thin line of yellow light seeping from beneath the bathroom door and the sound that shouldn't be there, water cascading against tile. The first time I found the shower running, I convinced myself I'd left it on. Simple mistake. Exhaustion does strange things to memory, and 12-hour shifts dealing with the endless parade of Rio's wounded and sick had a way of scrambling thoughts. But as I pushed open the bathroom door that first night, the mirror stopped me cold. Through the thick steam coating its surface, someone had drawn a perfect spiral, a snail shell traced with deliberate precision in the condensation. The coils wound inward with mathematical accuracy, each curve perfectly spaced from the next. No smudges, no drips, just that pristine spiral sitting there like a message I couldn't decode. I stood there for maybe 30 seconds watching the drawing slowly fade. As the steam thinned, my reflection gradually emerged through the clearing glass, haggard and hollow-eyed, superimposed over the dissolving spiral until nothing remained. But my own tired face staring back tonight marks my 93rd return to this routine. 93 times I've climbed those stairs, 93 times. I found that bathroom light glowing, that shower running, that mirror fogged with its cryptic artwork. But 3 weeks ago something changed. I'd started filming. The video quality isn't great. My phone's camera struggles in the steam, but it's clear enough to capture what happens. At exactly 3:11 a.m., 1 minute after my arrival, 1 minute after I discover the shower, the bathroom door closes by itself. Not a slam, just a gentle but firm click that echoes through my tiny apartment. Then come the knocks, 3 deliberate raps, not on the door itself but somewhere above it, as if the sound originates from inside the wall, maybe 40 centimeters above the ceiling. The acoustic suggests the noise travels through the ventilation system, but that doesn't explain the precision of the timing or the consistency of the pattern. The first time I heard those knocks I froze. The second time I called out a simple hello. That felt absurd, even as it left my lips. But on the third occurrence, when I knocked back 3 raps of my knuckles against the door, something extraordinary happened. The mirror wrote back as the steam slowly cleared. Letters appeared in the condensation, not drawn by any visible hand, but emerging as if the moisture itself had been programmed to reveal them. Numbers, actually a date, 15/11. November 15th. I check my phone. November 14th, 11:47 p.m., the mirror was telling me tomorrow's date. That first message disappeared as the steam dissipated, leaving me to wonder if exhaustion had finally pushed me over the edge. But the next night brought the same ritual, shower running, snail-drawn knocks at 3:11. And when I responded, a new date appeared, 16/11. Again, exactly 24 hours in the future. The pattern has held for 21 consecutive nights. Each date appears in the same location on the mirror, same font, same spacing, each one precisely 24 hours ahead of the current date. But what kind of calendar counts? Down to nothing. What happens when tomorrow becomes today? And the prediction fulfills itself simply by existing? I've tried varying my responses. Knocking twice instead of 3 brings no reply. Knocking 4 times yields the same result as 3. Speaking instead of knocking produces silence. The communication requires exact reciprocity. 3 knocks answered with 3 knocks, nothing more, nothing less. The apartment management claims. No other tenant has reported similar issues. The building superintendent, a weathered man named Carlos, who speaks broken English mixed with Portuguese, assured me that the plumbing is sound, the ventilation system recently serviced. When I mentioned the water running every night, he suggested I might be sleepwalking. "Stress does this," he said, tapping his temple. "Night shifts, they make the mind, how you say, confused. But sleepwalkers don't draw perfect spirals, they don't maintain mathematical precision in their unconscious art, and they certainly don't predict tomorrow's date with supernatural accuracy." I've started researching the building's history. Built in 1987, it's unremarkable by Rio's standards, no notable deaths, no reported hauntings, no tragic accidents. The previous tenant of my unit moved out after 18 months, but the rental agency cited job relocation. Nothing sinister still. I can't shake the feeling that I'm not the first person to witness these nightly performances. The snail drawing troubles me most. Each night it's identical, same size, same proportions, same placement in the upper right corner of the mirror. I've tried measuring it, photographing it from different angles, even tracing it on paper. The spiral follows the Fibonacci sequence, each curve expanding according to the golden ratio. It's not the casual doodle of a disturbed mind, but the precise work of someone with mathematical training or something that operates by rules I can't comprehend. Last Tuesday I decided to stay awake and watch. I positioned myself in the living room with a clear view of the bathroom door, my phone ready to record. At 3:09, I heard the familiar hiss of water against tile. At 3:10, that thin line of light appeared beneath the door, but this time I was watching. When it happened, the shower turned itself on, not gradually, not with the telltale sounds of pipes filling, but instantly as if someone had flipped a switch. I crept toward the bathroom, my bare feet silent on the cold tile, and pressed my ear to the door. Behind the wood, water drummed against the shower floor in steady rhythm, but underneath that sound barely audible, I heard something else, breathing slow, measured inhalations and exhalations that definitely weren't mine. The rhythm was too deep, too controlled. It sounded like meditation breathing, the kind they teach in yoga classes to center the mind and body. But there was something wrong with the timing. The breaths came every 7 seconds, far too slow for a human at rest. I reached for the door handle, then stopped. My hand was shaking. Whatever was in there knew I was listening. I could feel attention focused on me through the thin wood, patient and expectant. The smart thing would be to wait until 3:11 to let the ritual play out as it had for 3 weeks. But curiosity overrode caution and I slowly turned the handle. The bathroom was empty. Steam rose from the shower stall, the water running full blast, but no one stood beneath the spray. The mirror was already fogged, the snail already drawn. Perfect and precise, as always. But in the corner of the glass, barely visible through the thick condensation, new words were forming. Not a date, this time a message. "You're early." I stumbled backward, my heart hammering against my ribs. The breathing had stopped, but I could feel something watching me from inside that steam. The water continued to run, the sound suddenly too loud in the small space, echoing off the tiles like laughter. I slammed the door and retreated to my bed, pulling the covers over my head like a frightened child. At exactly 3:11, the 3 knocks came anyway, but I didn't respond. The ritual had been broken and I wasn't sure I wanted to know the consequences. The next morning I found my shower head removed and placed neatly on the bathroom counter. The pipes were bone dry. Since then I've been documenting everything, the arrival time, the water temperature, the exact wording of each date that appears. I've measured the spiral's dimensions, noted the precise location of each letter on the mirror. The data reveals a pattern so consistent it seems almost mechanical, as if I'm witnessing the operation of some invisible machine rather than supernatural activity. But machines don't breathe, Machines don't write you early when their schedule is disrupted, and machines don't leave showerheads on bathroom counters as gentle rebukes for curiosity. Tonight is December 5th. For the past 6 nights, the mirror has been counting down 0612, 0512, 0412, 0312, 0212, 0112. Tomorrow should bring 0712, continuing the pattern, but I suspect it won't. The countdown feels like preparation for something, a timer ticking toward an event I can't identify. I've considered leaving Rio, finding another job, another apartment, but the thought of abandoning this mystery feels like cowardice. Whatever is happening here chose me for a reason. The timing is too precise, the ritual too specific. I'm not just witnessing these events, I'm participating in them, necessary for their completion. The hospital shifts have become increasingly difficult to endure. I find myself watching clocks counting down the hours until I can return home and continue my strange correspondence with the bathroom mirror. My colleagues have noticed my distraction. Dr. Rodriguez asked if I was feeling well. Suggested I might benefit from a few days off, but I can't leave now, not when I'm so close to understanding. The keys feel heavier tonight as I climb the 8 flights to my floor. The elevator is broken again, though I suspect that's not entirely coincidental. Everything about this building seems designed to slow my approach, to build anticipation for what waits behind my apartment door. 3:10 a.m. The light is already on, the water is already running. I push open the bathroom door and the steam engulfs me like a warm embrace. The snail is there, perfect as always. But tonight something is different. The spiral isn't alone. Other shapes are emerging in the condensation. Geometric patterns that shift and change as I watch, too complex for my mind to hold their complete form. I wait. The breathing returns, slow and deep, seeming to come from everywhere at once. The shower stall, the mirror, the walls themselves appear to pulse with each inhalation. Steam swirls in impossible patterns, defying the laws of thermodynamics. 3:11 a.m. 3 knocks, but tonight they're softer. Almost hesitant, I respond as always, my knuckles rapping against the wood. But instead of tomorrow's date, the mirror writes something else entirely. December 7th, 3:11 a.m. The shell completes. Below this, more words appear. Will you be ready? I stare at the message until it fades, taking the geometric patterns with it. Only the snail remains, that perfect spiral that has haunted my nights for 3 months. But as I look closer, I realize something I should have noticed before. It's not just a snail. It's a time spiral, each revolution representing 24 hours, and I'm standing at its center watching the pattern unwind towards some predetermined conclusion. The dates weren't predictions. They were a countdown not to tomorrow but to the moment when the spiral would complete its revolution and something would emerge from the center. December 7th is still 2 days away, 48 hours to decide whether to meet whatever appointment has been scheduled for me or to break the pattern and discover what happens when the spiral is left to complete itself without its necessary witness. The water shuts off by itself and the bathroom plunges into darkness. But in that last moment, before the steam fully clears, I glimpse something moving behind the glass, not my reflection, but something else wearing my face watching me with patient curiosity. It waves. And despite every rational thought screaming in my head, I find myself waving back. Story 13. The projector booth always smelled like burnt dust and old metal, a scent that had seeped into my clothes, my hair, my very skin. After 12 years of running films in the Orpheum Theater, tonight, as I climbed the narrow stairs for what management claimed would be the last time, that familiar odor carried something else, something that made my nostrils flare and my stomach tighten with an inexplicable unease. The theater below sat empty, its 247 red velvet seats arranged in perfect rows like sleeping sentinels. Tomorrow the wrecking ball would claim this place, reducing decades of dreams and stories to rubble and memory. But tonight I had one final task, a complete maintenance check of the projection equipment. Before the city assessors arrived in the morning, I pushed open the booth door and fumbled for the light switch. The fluorescent tube buzzed to life, casting harsh shadows across the familiar landscape of my workspace. Two massive 35 and meteor projectors dominated the cramped space, their chrome bodies reflecting the overhead light in fractured patterns that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. Between them sat the console, where I'd spent countless hours threading film, adjusting focus, and watching stories unfold. On the screen below, the chronometer on the wall read 11:47 p.m. I had plenty of time to run through the checklist, clean the lenses, and perform the final diagnostics. Simple enough. I'd done this routine hundreds of times before I started with the first projector, checking the gate for debris and cleaning the pressure plate with methodical precision. The work felt mechanical, comforting in its familiarity outside. The October wind rattled the booth's single window and I could hear the distant hum of traffic on State Street. Normal sounds, safe sounds. By midnight I had moved to the second projector. This one had always been temperamental, prone to threading jams and focus drift that drove me to distraction during busy screening schedules. Tonight, however, it seemed almost docile. As I worked through the maintenance routine, I was adjusting the sound head when I noticed the chronometer had stopped. The hands pointed to 0013, frozen in place, despite the fact that my watch clearly showed 12:26 a.m. I tapped the glass face, thinking perhaps the mechanism had simply wound down. But the hands remained stubbornly fixed. The second hand didn't even twitch. A faint clicking sound drew my attention back to the projectors. The second unit's reels had begun to turn slowly at first, then with increasing speed. But something was wrong. The film was moving backward, spooling from the take-up reel to the feed reel in reverse of its normal direction. I hadn't threaded any film into the machine. My hand shook as I reached for the power switch, but before I could shut down, the projector light began emanating from the lens, not the normal bright white of a projection lamp, but something softer, more diffused. The light spilled through the booth's small viewing window and onto the screen below, where pale shapes began to materialize. Silhouettes danced across the screen in fluid, impossible movements. They had no source material, no film to cast their shadows. Yet they moved with deliberate purpose, their forms shifting between human and altogether other. The figures seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the backward spinning reels, and I found myself mesmerized by their hypnotic choreography. I should have left then. Every rational part of my mind screamed at me to shut down the equipment and walk away, to chalk this up to equipment malfunction and let tomorrow's assessors deal with the mystery. But something held me in place, some combination of professional pride and morbid fascination that rooted my feet to the worn carpet of the booth floor. The silhouettes on the screen began to slow their dance, and, as they did, their movements became more deliberate, more purposeful. They turned toward the projection booth, turned toward me, and I felt the weight of invisible eyes pressing against the window. The hair on my arm stood up and my breath came in short, shallow gasps. I reached for the projector's power switch again, my fingers trembling as they found the familiar toggle. But as I moved to shut it down, a bright flash filled the booth, and for one terrifying instant I saw my own reflection in the booth window, except it wasn't quite my reflection. The figure looking back at me sat in the same position, wore the same clothes, had the same graying hair and tired eyes, but in its lap it cradled a film reel, and where its eyes should have been there were only empty white spaces, blank and staring. I stumbled backward, knocking over my coffee cup and sending papers scattering across the floor. The projector continued its backwards revolution, and the silhouettes on the screen resumed their dance. But now their movements seemed more frantic, more urgent. When I looked back at the window, my normal reflection stared back at me, no reel in my lap, no empty sockets where my eyes should be. Just the familiar face of a tired projectionist working his final shift in a doomed theater. I convinced myself it had been a trick of the light, perhaps a reflection from the projector lamp combined with fatigue and stress. The theater was closing, I was losing my job, and my mind was playing tricks on me. Perfectly understandable, perfectly rational, but the chronometer still read 0:13 and the reel still turned backward. I spent the next hour methodically checking every connection, every fuse, every component I could think of. That might explain the malfunction. The projector shouldn't have been able to run without film threaded through the gate. Yet the reels continued their reverse rotation with mechanical persistence. The chronometer should have resumed its normal function when I tapped it. Yet the hands remained frozen. At 13 minutes past midnight, by 2 a.m., according to my watch, I had exhausted every logical explanation I could conceive. The equipment was functioning normally in every way except for these impossible anomalies. The dancing silhouettes had faded as the night progressed, but I could still sense their presence, as if they waited just beyond the edge of the projected light. I decided to test my theory about the film. If the projector was somehow running images without any physical medium, then threading actual film through the gate should either override the phantom projection or create some kind of double exposure. I selected a random reel from the storage cabinet, a romantic comedy from the 1980s that we'd screened countless times, and began the threading process. The film moved through the gate mechanism smoothly, and for a moment the silhouettes on the screen flickered and dimmed. But as the last frame passed through the projector, something extraordinary happened. The movie began playing backward, its images reversing in perfect synchronization with the reel's counter-rotation. Actors walked backward into rooms, spoke dialogue in reverse, aged backward through the story until they were young again. But superimposed over these familiar images, the silhouettes continued their dance, now moving in harmony with the reverse narrative. I watched transfixed as the movie unspools in reverse. But somewhere in the middle of the reel, the film images began to change. The actors' faces became unfamiliar. Their surroundings shifted from the comedy's bright interiors to darker, more confined spaces. The dialogue, already rendered meaningless by its backward direction, took on an almost incantatory quality. And then I saw myself on the screen, not as an actor in the film, but as a figure sitting in a projection booth watching a movie play in reverse while silhouettes danced around him. The image was grainy, like old surveillance footage, but unmistakably me. The figure on screen moved when I moved. Turned when I turned, mirrored my every action with perfect precision. But in the background of this impossible image, I could see the theater below, and every seat was occupied by shadowy figures. All turned to face the projection booth. Their attention was focused not on the screen where I watched myself, but on the booth where I sat, watching myself watch myself in an endless loop of observation. My hands flew to the power switches, desperately trying to shut down both projectors simultaneously, but they wouldn't respond. The toggles moved freely but had no effect on the machine's operation. The reels continued their backward revolution. The chronometer remained frozen at 0.13 and the screen showed me watching myself while phantoms in the seats below maintained their vigilant observation. I tried the circuit breakers, next and the main power switch for the entire booth. Nothing worked. The projectors ran as if powered by some source beyond the theater's electrical system. Beyond any rational explanation, the image on the screen began to zoom in. Focusing on the booth window, where I stood, I could see my own face staring back at me. From the screen could see the fear and confusion written in every line. But as the image continued to magnify, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Behind my reflected figure in the booth window, barely visible in the background, stood another shape, tall and thin, with long hair that seemed to flow like liquid shadow. It held something in its arms, a film reel that gleamed with its own internal light. And where its face should have been, there was only a pale void punctuated by two dark holes that might once have been eyes. I spun around expecting to see this figure standing behind me in the cramped booth, but I was alone. The booth contained only the projectors, the console, and my own racing heartbeat. When I turned back to the screen, the image had returned to the dancing silhouettes, but now they moved with increased urgency, their forms flickering and writhing as if trying to escape the confines of the projection. I grabbed my cell phone to call for help, but the device showed no signal. The screen displayed only static, and when I tried to dial anyway, the phone emitted the same backward spinning sound as the projector reels. I threw it down in frustration and backed toward the booth door. But when I reached for the handle, it wouldn't turn. The door wasn't locked. There was no lock on the booth door. It simply wouldn't open, as if the metal had fused with the frame. While I wasn't paying attention, panic began to set in. As I realized I was trapped in the booth with the malfunctioning equipment and whatever impossible force was controlling it. The window offered no escape. It was too small for a person to fit through, and besides, it was a 30-foot drop to the theater floor below. I pressed my face against the glass and looked down at the seats. Below, in the darkness of the unlit theater, I could make out shapes in the chairs, the same shadowy figures I'd seen on the screen, all turned toward the booth, all waiting with infinite patience for something I couldn't understand. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. Time had become meaningless. With the chronometer frozen and my watch face now showing only static, like my phone, the projectors continued their backward revolution and the silhouettes on the screen grew more defined, more purposeful. In their movements, I began to notice details I'd missed before. The dancing figures weren't random. They were performing specific actions, mimicking activities I recognized from my years in the booth. They threaded invisible film through invisible projectors, adjusted invisible focus knobs, changed invisible reels. They were performing my job, executing the same motions I'd made thousands of times over the past 12 years. But as I watched more closely, I realized they weren't just mimicking my work. They were improving on it. Their movements were more precise, more efficient, executed with a skill that spoke of centuries of practice rather than mere years. They handled their phantom equipment with the reverence of master craftsmen, and I began to understand that I was watching not dancers but projectionists. The booth window began to fog with my breath, and when I wiped it clear, my reflection showed something different again. My face remained the same, but my clothes had changed to match those of the figures on the screen, a formal vest and shirt clothing from an earlier era when projection was still an art rather than simply a job. In the theater below, more shapes had appeared in the seats. The entire auditorium was now filled with patient watchers, and as I stared down at them, I began to make out individual faces in the darkness. They were all projectionists. I realized, men who had worked in this booth before me, who had threaded film and changed reels and fallen in love with the magic of bringing stories to life. On the screen, the chronometer chose that moment to resume its ticking, but instead of moving forward from 0013, it began counting backward, 0012000100. With each tick, the figures on the screen became more solid, more real, while I felt myself becoming somehow less substantial. By the time the chronometer reached your 00001, I understood what was happening. The Orpheum wasn't closing tomorrow, it was simply changing hands. The building might be demolished, but the theater itself would continue, tended by those who understood its true purpose. At 0, the chronometer stopped again and the backward spinning reels finally came to rest. The silhouettes on the screen had disappeared, but when I looked down at the theater below, I could see a new figure in the booth window, solid and real and wearing modern clothes. He looked confused, frightened, just as I had been when the chronometer first stopped. In his hand he held a maintenance checklist, and he was staring at the projectors with the bewildered expression of someone encountering equipment that refused to behave according to rational principles. I tried to call out to him to warn him about what was coming, but I had no voice. I tried to move, but my feet seemed rooted to the booth floor. I was becoming, like the others, one more phantom projectionist tending to a theater that existed outside normal time and space. The new figure, my replacement I supposed, reached for the power switch of the first projector. The chronometer on the wall read 0013, and I knew that soon the reels would begin their backward revolution once again. From my seat in the theater below, I joined the others in their patient observation, watching as another projectionist discovered that some stories never truly end. They simply loop back to the beginning, waiting for the next person willing to keep the images alive. The silhouettes began to dance on the screen, and somewhere in the booth above, a chronometer ticked steadily toward 13 minutes past midnight.